Good morning. Before council officially gavels in, we have a pre-gavel recognition, and I'm turning it over to Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, everyone. This morning, we have a special privilege of recognizing and celebrating the Portland Fashion Institute and its 16th anniversary. I want to welcome Director Sharon Blair and her team to join us. If you could just come sit up here in these lovely 5 chairs so you can all be seen and recognized. Thanks, Sharon. She's joined by Board President Jean Nesbitt, Registrar Candace Friedman, Instructor Amber Roberts, and Gala Manager Kay Strobecker. I bet I missed some name, or have there been any changes in the lineup?
We don't have Jenna here yet, so.
Pardon me?
Jenna is not here.
Okay, well, thanks for being here this morning. It's really wonderful. I have to say, I didn't know much about the Portland Fashion Institute, and I had the pleasure, along with fashionista Counselor Smith, to be judges at Rossi Farms Red Barn. Imagine a fashion show out at Rossi Farms Red Barn. It was great. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was a judge, and I turned to this person who I didn't know very well, Sharon. I could tell she knew what was up. And I said, "Can you give me any pointers?" And she just used the word construction. I didn't really know exactly what that meant, but I started looking at all the hemlines and all the details. And anyway, thank you. I felt like I was a much better judge because of your tutelage. And I also want to say how sometimes in Portland, you can kind of starve for fashion. You're like, what? It's almost like an oxymoron that we have such a robust fashion industry in our city, and it's because the ecosystem, and all ecosystems, economic ecosystems, have a higher education system that supports them. And so it's not lost on me that because we keep winning that Project Runway reality show, that probably a lot of those are your students.
Yes, they are.
All right. So anyway, just know that Portland, our small market city, really punches up in one of those areas is fashion and the connection with sport, obviously sportswear. And so this is it's important for us to keep lifting these economic ecosystems that make our city special. So here's the formal reading of what we will present to you in a plaque, and I look so forward to everyone celebrating you this Saturday when you have your big 16th birthday party at the Portland Art Museum. So on behalf of the Portland City Council, I'm so proud to present this formal recognition to the Portland Fashion Institute, PFI. Is it okay if I call it PFI the rest of the way?
Right.
All right. To celebrate 16 years of educational leadership, creative innovation, and community impact in Portland as the only private nonprofit accredited fashion design college in the state of Oregon and a cornerstone institution in Portland's Hollywood neighborhood. PFI has played an instrumental role in shaping the region's fashion, apparel, and creative industries. Since its founding, PFI has taught more than 8,000 students and currently serves over 600 aspiring apparel professionals. From day one, it has upheld a powerful commitment to provide a debt-free, catch that, a debt-free, affordable, and accessible education. As a nonprofit determined to remove financial barriers, PFI has ensured that creativity and opportunity remain within reach for all. Portland Fashion Institute faculty, all active professionals in the apparel industry, bring real-world experience into every classroom. Their expertise equips students with practical skills, strong career pathways, and the confidence to excel in the evolving industry. This commitment to applied hands-on learning reflects core founding values and reinforces the mission of fostering meaningful, lasting economic opportunity. PFI fills a vital workforce need for Portland's 41 apparel manufacturers, 41,
Yeah.
and many more across the region. PFI's steady growth over the past 16 years demonstrates how deeply you are each fulfilling that mission. More than training students, PFI changes lives and helps make fashion dreams come true. Congratulations on this significant milestone. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to the Portland's creative economy and for enriching our city through education, innovation, and community engagement. The Portland Fashion Institute remains a vital and visionary part of Portland's arts, culture, and apparel ecosystem. Thank you all for what you're doing for Portland, for District 2, and for inspiring apparel professionals. You really do inspire us all. And again, the upcoming Lumen Essence Grad and Gala Show is this Saturday, July 11th at the Portland Art Museum. It marks your sweet 16th anniversary. I hope that it's a smashing success. And Sharon, if you and your team would like to just share a few words, we'd love to hear from you at this time.
Thank you so much, Councilor Ryan. So nice of you to honor us with this proclamation. I think you hit all the highlights there, that we're proud to be the bulwark, the catalyst for driving people into a new career. We have so many people who are already have a bachelor's degree elsewhere, but decided that they wanted to live a more creative life. And we're the ones, because of our great staff, who are able to do that for them. We've had nearly 100% graduation and placement rate, and that's because of our partners on the board, our board, who come from Adidas, Nike, Columbia Sportswear, Pendleton. They are quite anxious to get new talent, and they know that lives here in this creative city of Portland. You hit on a couple of our key points, that we want to give people real skills so they can get real jobs. And we want to do that by giving them a debt-free education. In the meanwhile, because we have people who are involved, who are currently working in the apparel industry, who are happy to share what they know, we're able to offer classes not only for careers, but what we say for fun. So we're able to do this for children clear up to from 8 to 80, is what we like to say. So thank you very much for having us here today and for celebrating this milestone for us. We hope to have many more.
Well, you're so welcome. And I think when you hear words like debt-free and 100% placement after graduation, those are amazing data points for you to shout out to everyone who's listening. And again, when you list off the different places where they've been getting jobs, whether it's Adidas, Nike, Columbia Sportswear, Pendleton, it's a reminder that our sportswear ecosystem is a really big part of our economy in Portland. And so we're so grateful that we have the Portland Fashion Institute to build that ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Note that we're the only one.
Thanks for allowing me to have this time with this important institution that needs to be amplified. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Congratulations.
Can we give them, we don't clap in here, right, Council President?
We'll suspend the rules and give a round of applause.
Suspend the rules. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. And with that, I am officially calling this meeting of the Portland City Council to order. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Good morning. Cleomeline. Murillo. Novick.
Here.
Clark. Green.
Here.
Zimmerman. Avalos.
Present virtually.
Smith.
Here.
Canal.
Here.
Portal Guinea.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Dunphy.
Here. And can we please read the rules of decorum for the chamber?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with the council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes. Unless the presiding officer states otherwise, your microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony should address the matter being considered. When testifying, state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, identify the organization you represent. Virtual testifiers should unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, our first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Are there any requests to amend the agenda, reorder items, or reschedule an item to a future meeting date? Seeing no one moving their head in any sort of excited way, do I have unanimous consent to approve the agenda? The agenda is approved. Keelan, could you please move to public communications?
First up, we have Micah Goldstein.
Welcome. Come on up. You please introduce yourself for the record. You're welcome to share your pronouns, and you have 3 minutes.
I am Micah Goldstein from District 3. That's about it.
Great. Come on.
Should I sit, stand?
Sit so the mics can hear you.
Okay. My first neighborhood in Portland was a dumping ground for stolen cars and the site of a shootout where police found 140 shell casings. My security cameras regularly captured the sound and one time the flash of gunfire. Luckily, my family was never harmed, but the city has done nothing that has addressed that gun violence. Now I'm near 82nd, near the block with the highest recorded gun violence in the city. At least the city added speeding cameras to ticket all those cars with no plates, but they don't ticket speeding bullets, and they don't help the young women and children being trafficked on those blocks nearby. Does it sound like I'm describing things police fix? Police don't stop crime. Police don't stop shootings. Police are reactive, and only after a minimum of 20 minutes sometimes respond to crimes that have already happened. This is why so many people in this country and the city have guns. Yes, people in this left-leaning city have guns, some of them lawfully, others not so much. Do you know the difference? Or do you assume that everybody with a gun is just a crook who hasn't been caught? Portland, being left-leaning, has left-leaning gun owners, and tens and thousands of us in Multnomah County alone have carry permits. So, we're not all moonbat right-wingers. More of us than you think are politically aligned with you, but we don't feel safe. Nothing you've done or proposing to do changes that. The council has said gun violence poses a safety risk in all spaces. Your word, all spaces. All spaces, what is this? Are we in a space? Do you feel safe? I feel safer outside this space where I can still carry. The council named itself named political violence as a concern. Well, in the past decade, with the rise of fascism in this country, LGBTQ, religious, ethnic, and racial minorities, we've increasingly chosen to exercise our right to bear arms. We've made informed, educated decisions, gone through legal processes, trained, and jumped through all the hoops. You're not restricting the people you think you are with this or any gun ordinance. Gun control is historically classist, racist, and disproportionately affects minorities. Most gun crimes are committed with stolen guns, and statistically, most guns are stolen from vehicles. The ordinance you are proposing will result in more guns stashed in more cars, and therefore stolen from cars. Do you want more violent gun crime? Because that's how you get more violent gun crime. You're proposing to criminalize behavior that was never a problem and make the most vulnerable among us less safe. The ordinance will waste taxpayer money when it's litigated. I promise you it will be litigated. But if you got to tilt at windmills, maybe include mandatory provisions for gun lockers in the spaces you want to prohibit guns from. Look at how Kaiser Permanente does this for an example. Please educate yourselves. Come to the range. Engage family, coworkers, friends, about guns, learn gun safety and what guns are really about. If you don't have those people in your life, if you've never taken a gun class, if you've never fired a gun, what are you even doing trying to make up rules about things you know nothing about? A 2021 study directly correlated knowledge and education on the matter of guns with a general distaste for gun control. Please don't legislate your ignorance. Don't be afraid to learn.
Thank you very much for being here.
Next up, we have Alex Garcia joining us online.
Welcome, Alex. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Alex Garcia. So I think we're missing the mark on graffiti and the street takeovers. These kids don't have a place to go. I grew up here skateboarding. Skateboarding was a crime. I've got attacked by police, security guards, everything you could think of. But at some point, the parents stood up and started making us places to go so we don't skateboard on your streets. It's the same thing with graffiti. If you don't make public spaces where kids can be seen and their graffiti could be seen, then they're going to paint anywhere that they want to. They want to be seen. They want their art to be seen. If you don't make their art visible, they will find the places, the overpasses, the places where people could see their art and make it visible. Same thing with street takeovers. If you don't make burnout boxes, you don't make places where these kids can race on the streets where people could see them, you close down streets. They're going to close the streets down anyway, so you might as well close the streets down on your own. I mean, use your imagination. These kids need a place to go. I grew up here. We had the Quest. We had cruising on Broadway until the police shut it down. There's a lot of stuff that we used to be able to do that these kids can't do anymore. Second of all, no money for MODA, no bonds, no diverting funds. If you have to leave, leave. That costs money too. That's not my problem. If you're a billionaire and you got money, spend it. Spend money to make money. We should have police oversight board without the interference of the police union. And they should have criminal prosecution. We just had a guy on 82nd get attacked by the police, and they said that he broke their ankle when we got a video of the police officer stepping out and falling on the ground like a dummy and breaking his own ankle. And they tried to get him for that. That's crazy. Homelessness. There's no dignity in Dignity Village. Make housing affordable. House the homeless or just stop talking about it. It's starting to become a recurring stupid point that everybody tries to make, and it's not working out. House them. Give them a place to be. We have plenty of places to put people. If you don't have the political will and the people don't have the want for people to have free housing, then what are we going to do? I mean, somebody's got to do something. At this point, it's overrunning our city. And what do? Do we pay to have people be housed? Or do we pay to have them on the street and pay to have police come after them and pay to have ambulances come and save them and pay for tents and pay for dignity villages and give nonprofits money that scam us and take our money and don't give us services? It's starting to become a quagmire.
Thank you very much for being here today.
Next up, we have Addie Smith joining us online.
Welcome, Addie. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
Hello. Thanks for having me. My name is Addie Smith. Today is July 9th, 2026. I'm going to try to wrap this up under 3 minutes, but just give me a little leeway, please. I'm speaking before the Portland City Council. Home Forward's Board of Commissioners acts as the housing authority for Multnomah County. Because the housing authority was originally incorporated by Portland, Portland's recommended appointees are officially appointed by the mayor of Portland and confirmed by the Portland City Council per ORS 456.095 and ORS 456.100. The City of Portland will recommend 4 members, the City of Gresham recommends 2 members, and Multnomah County recommends 2 members. You must remove and replace Home Forward's active Board of Commissioners, Matthew Gephardt, Damian Hall, Jenny Kim, Jesse Ledesma, Brianne Preston, and Gresham City Councilor Kathy Keithley. A forensic audit of Home Forward and the Portland Housing Bureau must be conducted immediately. Recently, I spoke with the Deputy Director in the City Attorney's in the City Administrator's Office. The Portland Housing Bureau Director, Michael Buonocore, reports to him. Mr. Donald Oliveira informed me that Michael left him scrambling after quitting and providing only 3 days notice at Portland Housing Bureau to go work at Home Forward. What professional does this? How is it possible that someone can be respected and trusted who turned his back on his job and didn't leave it in a position to succeed? He left a mess at the Portland Housing Bureau, and the director who took his place is only there in an interim capacity, Miss Light, Quisha Light, which means the city administrator intends to bring Michael Buonocore back. In the years that he spent at the Portland Housing Bureau, Michael Buonocore could have established SOPs wherein the Bureau could have been responsible for disbursing the millions of dollars in funding to vulnerable renters in Portland and Multnomah County. He has not established any SOPs to make the Portland Housing Bureau better. Michael Buonocore is not fit to lead Home Forward, nor has he been fit to lead the Portland Housing Bureau. He should be terminated. His contract should be terminated at Home Forward before any further damage can be done, and before he hires someone who will do his and the current board's bidding. Also keep in mind that he also hired Ivory Matthews and the current staff at Home Forward. Why is he being trusted to bring in a new CEO and CFO? What's clear is that there is a scandal happening at Home Forward, and the Board of Commissioners need Michael Buonocore to keep their secrets. Keep in mind, the Board of Commissioners approved all the networking events the previous CEO, Ivory Matthews, attended. Let me also advise you that Ian Davies was responsible for the operations at Home Forward. The Chief Operating Officer, or COO, is responsible for overseeing the mid and long-term operations of Home Forward's real estate portfolio, making strategic recommendations on sales, capital issues, and most importantly, cash flow. The COO should analyze property performance to balance financial returns with improving housing stability and the tenant's experience, integrate safety standards.
Thank you very much, Addie. Thank you very much. Sorry.
I want you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ann Casper.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Ann Casper. I'm a student at the University of Oregon, and virtual reality, augmented reality, and XR, we're so far behind in that compared to other cities, but hopefully we'll catch up. I'd like to talk to you today, Ann Casper, she, her, about the politics of belonging or disconnect. And I'd also like to thank you for leading the city in the middle of this mess. It is a mess. We're changing systems now. You've heard of other systems that don't work, and I'm going to tell you about a few about today. But thank you again, because it's not an easy time to be here, and we'll make it through because we're Portland. My family's been here 156 years. I know we'll make it through. First of all, I have not had water or sewer at my house for 6 years because I had a house fire. It went illegal, and I'm asked to pay $400 in fees for nothing. I pee in a bucket and I put it in my garden, and I get water, and now I can't get water because easily in my neighborhood because the Walgreens has closed, the Dollar Tree is closed, 4 restaurants have closed. I would really like to be careful when you think about Lloyd. Please save Lloyd, because that whole area is going down right now economically. But in any case, I hope you can work out this snafu with the Water Bureau, because why should I be paying $400 for services I don't receive? And can I just cut off until I get water restored to my house? And to cut off water right now will cost me $700. That doesn't make sense. I think we can change policies to make sure people can stay in their housing. I'm on the Elliott Neighborhood Association board. There are about, I think, 18 members. 17 of them live by Dawson Park. I'm the one that lives by 7th Avenue. They actually wrote a letter saying that we on 7th Avenue wanted our street blocked down for bikes, which is not true. There's hundreds of us not very happy about it. I would like you to look at the neighborhood associations. I've been on them since 1996. I've never seen such strangeness in them. Maybe we have to relook how to do them so it's not 18 or 17 versus 1 speaking up for parts of the neighborhood. Again, please save the Lloyd District, because we're really worried. They don't have the funding yet set to rebuild. What happens? You destroy the buildings, you take things down, and they don't get rebuilt. What happens to my neighborhood? I'd like you to think about that. I'd like to invite you. We used to have a thing called Town Hall on Channel 2. I'm doing a town hall at Open Signal. I've been producing TV shows for 20 years with the chair's candidates for the commissioners of Multnomah County. And I think it's time the city and the county start working together on mental health. That's it. I invite you. I'd like to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Ray Dawn. Ray Dawn. Our alternate today is John Hollister. All right, that completes communications.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Our next item on the agenda is our city administrator's update. Mr. Administrator, update us.
Thank you, Council President, councilors. Before I dive into the city administrator's report, I would like to give a brief update on the city's federal response initiatives. As it relates to the detention facility impact fee, the public comment period is currently open to provide feedback on the permanent administrative rule for the detention facility impact fee legislation. The public comment period will end at the end of this month on July the 26th. As a reminder, these rules address the detention facility impact fee legislation that council adopted in December. We have had a temporary rule in place since February the 27th. The temporary rule also allows the city to take enforcement action relating to the use of chemical munitions at detention facilities while a permanent rule is being developed. It establishes an enforcement framework, including a citation process, fine schedule, service requirements, and appeal procedures. Under city code, that temporary rule can only be in place for 6 months, and it is set to expire in late August. Members of the public can view the draft rule and learn how to provide comments by visiting Portland's Permitting and Development website at portland.gov/PPD. The public notice is listed under recent news. As it pertains to the ICE facility land use decision appeal update, to date, the building owner has filed 5 writs of review to the county circuit court. These writs challenge the hearings officer's procedures and seek to stop the hearing officers from issuing a decision on the notice of the violations at the ICE facility. The city is seeking to dismiss these writs so the hearing officer can issue a decision. A hearing is set for Friday this week, July 10th, at the County Circuit Court on the motions to dismiss filed by the city. If the motions to dismiss are granted, then we can expect the hearing officer to issue a decision on the notice of violation. If the motions to dismiss are denied, the city will continue to challenge the writ in circuit court with a follow-up hearing on August the 14th. As it relates to the report itself, I'm happy to share that the city manager's report to council for this new fiscal year. The theme of the report this month is community, the folks we work with and serve every day. A few items I wanted to highlight in this month's report. There are updates about several new murals across the city, some developed in partnership with PMO and others with the Office of Arts and Culture in partnership with people across the city. The city and WISE PDX will be hosting an event at Pacific Northwest Climate Week on July the 14th. The proposed draft of the Housing Bonus Alignment Project is available for public review through July the 28th and will be considered by the Planning Commission during a hearing on July the 28th. The Portland Police Bureau helped develop and launch the Portland Framework, Guidance for Dialogue Policing in the United States, a new national resource aimed at improving communication, public trust, and legitimacy during demonstrations and other public events. The Trust for Public Lands released an annual Park Score Index for 2026, ranking Portland's park system 9th nationally among the 100 most populated cities in the United States. This is the 4th year in a row that Portland's park system has been amongst the top 10 nationally. I'll also note that Appendix A has been updated with the budget notes passed as part of the fiscal year's budget. The spreadsheet shows the note title, sponsors and co-sponsors, service area, primary contact for implementation, and the timeline that was noted in the note itself. The shaded boxes show when we anticipate the work to take place, and the status shows the current status as of today. You'll see that many of them are still to be determined as we are very newly into this new fiscal year. We'll continue to provide updates in this format throughout the course of the year. Lastly, and you'll see this in shout outs throughout the report, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the many staff and leaders who contributed to the annual budget process, both during the last few weeks, in the months, and throughout the course of the year. I also want to acknowledge that some people's positions were not reflected in the adopted budget. While conversations are ongoing, I wanted to take a moment to thank staff for their good work and acknowledge their many contributions to the city. The work that you do every day means a lot to the Portlanders and the people that we serve on a daily basis. I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart, all our staff, all the council staff that I know have been working hard as we've come through this budget year, and we have a little rest period for a month, and then we'll be right back in the swing of things again. So just thank you, and looking forward to the work that we'll be doing together.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate the update on the detention facility impact fee rulemaking process. I want to acknowledge a lot of work went into that across all the bureaus that are impacted on that. So I appreciate the lift that kind of went into scrambling for the temporary rule and also recognizing that we needed to get out there and put something permanent in place. My office and Councilor Murilla's office were kind of working behind the scenes supporting that because we were sponsoring that legislation. So really important that we share that now for the public so they can weigh in on that administrative rulemaking. So thanks for letting that, sort of listing where to find it, letting those links. We'll be sharing that out as well to make sure folks see that as an opportunity. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to provide some gratitude. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Cannell.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Administrator Lee. I had a couple comments and a couple questions as well. So I really appreciate the shout out to PBEM and PSR for their work during the June heat dome. For those who haven't read the report or haven't seen it, there is a survey going on, especially for people in Elliott and Portsmouth, being run out of safe blocks that you should take, and you can follow their social media. I'll be posting it as well to talk about how to improve those neighborhoods. There was a couple things in there. Shout out to the folks who completed the CVI certificate program and to the Portland Parks Bureau for getting back into the top 10 nationally in the ranking for from the Trust for Public Land, as you mentioned. We're going to have a Vision Zero report update in the Committee of the Whole later this month, July 22nd, I want to say. And it's going to be an interesting topic in general, but I did want to point out our year-to-date numbers have gone up. For the first time in several years in terms of number of traffic deaths. Don't yet have the district by district information on that, but I know that last year District 2 was the highest. I imagine it's the same because we haven't made those transformational investments yet that we've been seeking, but I did want to just flag that as coming up. I appreciate including the fiscal year 26-27 budget notes in the Appendix A, but I had budget notes that weren't completed from the previous year. And so I'd ask that those be included until they are completed, so that we're still able to track those from the previous fiscal year. And I've been bringing them up every month on this, and a couple of them were marked as incomplete, but a couple were also marked as complete erroneously. So I can follow up with the specific ones if that's helpful. Questions. The murals, you mentioned across the city, and I think that's the case for the Arts and Culture office, but PMOs are all in downtown or the southeast, inner southeast based on the pictures. Has PMO done any mural work outside of those areas?
I don't know if we have PMO staff in it, but I know that's something that we could potentially look at. I think they have, but I'm not 100% sure. I would like to follow up on that one just to confirm where we've done all the murals throughout the city. And we can get that to you before the end of the day.
I'd love to see, I know that this is work that has historically been done out of safe blocks, which does focus geographically in other parts of the city. And so I think the PMOification of this work is likely to lead to less attention going to District 2. And I'm very concerned about that. And I think that's the case for just about everything we've PMOified. The ITM hub work that was highlighted in there, you mentioned it supports the Portland Fire and Rescue's prevention division, but it doesn't explain how. Can you get us some information on what exactly they're doing for Portland Fire and Rescue?
Yeah, most definitely. We've actually had some conversations about that, and we can prepare a memo to go to the full council on the details of that as well.
Okay, great. And this is the inspection, testing, and maintenance. Try not to use all the acronyms there. I appreciate, by the way, I forgot to mention this, the good news about the Elections Commission locking in 100% match caps. That's really, really important, and I'll save the folks on that side from having to mention it. So 3 other questions, but I'll focus on just one. Appendix B has the claims, and it has a claim that is the lawsuit that we settled last year with the EDPA 2 group and the people who were displaced by the proposed expansion of Legacy. It was previously listed in a different category. It's now listed as a council claim. They didn't file that complaint against us. They filed it, it was to the city. I think historically that's been listed as a mayor's office claim. And so I had 2 questions on that. One, why is it now listed as us? And the other is, why is the whole thing listed as us as paid when our anticipation was that half of that was going to get paid by Prosper? So I think that, has the money been paid out? Because it says 7.5 million has been paid in terms of, it says settlements paid as the header. And my understanding was that we were still in progress on that part.
I'll see if Jonas is in the room. Yes, he's coming up now.
Hey, good morning, Council. For the record, Chief Financial Officer Jonas Beery. Thank you for the questions, Counselor. We had done a little due diligence, and this question is a little different than the question we anticipated, so I'm probably going to need to go back and do a little bit more digging. To answer a couple of your questions, my understanding is yes, the payment has been made. I think as we've discussed previously, sometimes those show up a little delayed into these reports, so it's reflective of that payment having been fully processed. You are correct that it was partially paid from city, essentially general fund, and partially covered, I forget the exact dollar amounts, but partially covered by a contribution from Prosper. I don't know why that indicator was changed, and so we can follow up with you on that. Generally, it's a general fund obligation, and so that indicator, this was a very unique settlement. Typically, settlements are pointed to a specific bureau, transportation, parks, et cetera. This settlement doesn't have that bureau nexus, and so it's likely just a system factor of it has to point somewhere in the system, and that's where it pointed, but we'll do a little more digging. I'm not familiar with what it was referenced previously, but we'll do a little more digging on that and get back to you.
Thank you. And I think this is maybe less a CFO question, but just to follow up, I'd love to get an update on, especially as I know there's Prosper Portland Board of Directors appointments that are becoming forward in the next couple months, trying to understand what the progress is on getting not $1 million, but half of the 8.5 million total paid for by Prosper, as was discussed when that settlement was approved. I know that will be, and I want to be very clear about this, that will be a very important part of my decision on whether to vote yes or no on appointing anybody to the Prosper Board, or reappointing, is whether or not they're willing to pay their fair share of it. Last question I had, there are 2 contract questions. In Appendix D, there is a contract for $3.63 million through BTS to Via West for new Flexential data center co-location services contract. And I wanted to get more information on that. What are we doing with data centers? And the other one, just to parallel, we have a $100 million contract with Travel Portland for 5 years. It's in Appendix F for convention, business, and tourism. There's a lack of kind of commas in there, so I'm not 100% sure if it's all for convention business and convention tourism, or if it's convention business tourism, and just trying to get an understanding of what that looks like. And I know we're halfway through that 5-year term, but I wanted to get that. And I'm pro Travel Portland, so don't take this as a negative of them. I'm just trying to understand what's going on there. And then
Good morning. I'm Elise Rosenberg. I'm the Chief Information Officer and the Director of the Bureau of Technology Services. Councilor Cannell, thanks so much for your question. Surprisingly, I'm not here to talk about Travel Portland. I'll do my best with your data center question. So Flexential provides what we call data center co-location services for the city. So what that basically means is we are leasing space within a purpose-built data center to place city-owned hardware and connectivity. And so the advantages of doing that, and we actually started doing that as a precursor project to the Portland building renovation when the city's primary data center was in the Portland building, which was not really a great practice from a power, redundancy, security perspective. We do not own facilities as a city that are built for data centers that have that level of security and connectivity. So what we do is lease space with Flexential to provide that much more purpose-built facility that has a lot more powerful connectivity. And through that contract, we also have an out-of-area backup for disaster recovery. So we have a space in a Colorado data center. So should there be a Cascadia-type event, we have some disaster resilience built in. And so through that contract, we host hardware that gives the city its internet connectivity, that gives us access to SAP, to CAD, to 911, and provides that in a much more, again, secure, professionally managed environment. They also have a commitment to to low power usage, to cooling, to minimizing or not using water cooling. And this is different from, say, a hyperscale AI data center, which we're hearing a lot about in the media. That is not this. This is renting space. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, councilors, council president, vice president. Donnie Oliveira for the record. So, councilor, related to the current contract we have with Travel Portland and what that's capturing. So first, just for situational awareness, that the capacity of that contract includes both their transient lodging tax, 1%, and it includes a 3% tourism improvement district, which is essentially a self-tax. So they're basically the industry's taxing themselves like an enhanced service district, and we're collecting that for them and passing that through to Travel Portland. And then your question essentially is, what is Travel Portland doing within that contract? Essentially, they are our boosters, our cheerleaders. Their responsibility is to draw tourism, whether through conventions, through events. And so those dollars are being put to work through a variety of different marketing, actually hosting events. We had our biggest conference ever last year with the National Education Conference that was hosted at the Convention Center. So really what you're seeing there is just the full volume of a contract, of a 5-year contract that we pay out roughly $20 million annually to.
Thanks. So just to be clear, the tourism is citywide and then convention business is?
Citywide, yeah. And we're capturing everything from events beyond just convention center events. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Put myself in the queue for a very quick question. City Administrator, we have done some work on reforming our advisory boards and commissions, and there was a requirement in there to report out if there have been any new boards or commissions appointed within a 30-day period. I just wanted to see, I didn't find that in the report, and I was just saying, have there been any new appointed boards or commissions?
By the time we did this report, I think it'll be the ones that we have appointed be in the next month's report, but I can go back and clarify that if not. Okay. Yeah, because I know we have done some appointments, but the timing of it and when this report is produced might have been lagged in that.
Okay, great. That was my only question. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. Good to see you, CA Lee. I love these reports. Thank you very much. They keep improving too. I just wanted to notice that, especially the procurement report. It was so easy to read and gives us a lot of information. So if the public really wants to see where we're spending our money, just look at the procurement report. I really want to say that I enjoyed seeing the tangible and important steps that are taking place with our shelter services report. The vision of that, which I played a big part in, was always about making certain that people, while they're going through that transition, the most difficult transition from chronic homelessness to stability, includes access to workforce and access to sobering, access to treatment programs. When those two are in place and a participant is using them, then their transition is successful. And so we need to keep looking at the data. We need to keep offering those services, and we need to keep using that as an incentive, and they should be at the front of the line when we place people into our public housing. So I hope that we continue to see that vision through. I think the city is a better oversight of that than the county because we tend to look at such accountability and results. I'm excited to go to Bull Run this Friday. I think there's some other colleagues going, and I just wanted to say thank you for that request being delivered for us. There's nothing like on-the-ground insight to help us look at something that's very complex. I just wanted to give some more flavor to that new program created by Portland firefighters. They visit burn victims while recovering in the hospital. It just shows so much empathy and human-focused work that our public safety employees are doing. So I want to lift that. The program was created by the firefighters themselves to provide some human interaction and support the burn victims who have long-term stays in the hospital. And I'm just very heartened by that follow-through that we're showing from what I think are our social workers and public safety. I really appreciate that. I do have a question about the, one more thing I wanted to lift. The Darcel Plaza opening was just amazing. I went to 2 of them, but I don't think we understand how big that was. To take something from idea to actual opening in 3 years was, I'll just say I haven't witnessed that very often since I've been here. And it took a lot of cat herding, took a lot of persistence. And I want to acknowledge a couple people. Ross Swanson from Parks Bureau was just amazing with his patience and his persistence to keep that moving along. And the other person that did that was Kelly Torres in the Parks Bureau that helped us bring in the partnerships. And one reason I think it was done in 3 years is because we had a really active partnership with Clean and Safe and also the local businesses in the area. They were helpful to see this through. So I hope Portlanders can have some fun this summer and enjoy Darcel Plaza. I hear someone might be performing there on Saturday night. Hi, Councilor Clark.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah. You're nervous? Yeah. But I also wanted to.
You should be there with me.
I know, you want me to. I can't sing. Yeah.
You don't have to hold me.
I don't know what to do. You're singing. But I wanted to acknowledge the grant report too. But I have a question. I don't see the general fund grants that are going out to the private nonprofits. Is that somewhere? And it's just not in the one that was published?
Yeah, we do track that. That is something we could potentially, like our PCEF grants and different things that we have that go out to the community. We can look at that. I think at one point we did have it in there, so if it's not in there, I can most definitely make sure we have it in there.
I think Children's Levy and PCEF do a pretty good job of transparency with those restricted designated gifts that the public is completely aware of because it was part of a ballot initiative. I think it's the ones that weren't part of any ballot initiative, but it's what we chose to do, and they go out from our general fund to, and I'm not saying good or bad, I just need that information so I can track how much money we're spending on our general fund to those nonprofits to enhance the delivery of services. And of course, I keep asking for what we're measuring success by. So I'm fine with us sending out money as long as we know exactly what we're getting with that, just like we do in procurement. I see granting is very similar to procurement. I know when I was on that side of my career, if we did not deliver on what the foundation wanted us to deliver on, about year 2 of a 3-year grant, they'd pull the funding. So there needs to, I just want to see that transparency, which would bring about more accountability. That's all. And I know I've been a broken record on this for about 6 years, so I appreciate that we're getting closer to that type of transparency.
We can get that information in there.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Thank you, City Administrator. Keelan, can we please move to item number 4?
Item 4, document 2026-217, consider appeals of the Design Commission's approval of a voluntary Central City Master Plan Review and Adjustment Review for the Lloyd Center Central City Master Plan LU 25-091308 CCMS AD.
Okay, first thing first, I'm going to turn to our city attorney to make some announcements about the rest of today's hearing on this item.
So this is a continuation of last week, 2 weeks ago, land use review. Councilor Zimmerman has some declarations to make, and then if any of the other councilors also have had any ex parte contact in the interim, this would be the time to make those declarations as well. Otherwise, I think we're just picking up with council deliberations.
Thank you very much. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks, colleagues. I reviewed the record from last time. Thank you for that. And from an ex parte perspective, I'm not sure if it's owner or developer, called me only one time to announce or to let me know that the announcement of shutting down was going to occur. I consider it a courtesy call, and I believe that's the extent we discussed the project whatsoever. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Seeing no one else in the queue to make any additional disclosures.
And just invite the opportunity if anyone in the council chambers wishes to ask Councilor Zimmerman about the ex parte contact. Now would be the opportunity. Okay.
Okay.
Since the last time.
Yeah, do we need to disclose that we've received additional emails? Because I know that all of us have received additional emails.
You'll need to disclose those emails if you've read those emails.
Okay.
If you have not read or reviewed those emails, they are not something that would be part of.
Okay. Well, if anybody, I know my office has received some. I have not read any of them. If anybody else, my colleagues want to declare, you're welcome to do the same. Okay. I think we're doing okay. So we left off last week having concluded and closed the record to further testimony, with the evidentiary record still open to allow for council to ask questions of staff, the applicant, and the appellants. Colleagues, we are now going to move into that council discussion. So the appellant and the applicant are both here and are available to ask any questions, and we are in active debate of this item. So everyone's feeling shy this morning, unless there's no further discussion. Councilor Green, brave first.
You know, I'm not shy. I think you know that. Thanks, Council President. I do want to ask the question, just so I'm clear, because the decision before us is whether or not to, well, actually, Lauren, can you please remind us what the decision before us is?
I can, and it's also helpful sometimes if staff wants to throw up a slide with the options before council, but I think do you have that slide ready pretty quick, or do you want me to talk about it?
Give me 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
While you're pulling that up, I just, you know, in my quasi-judicial role here as a city councilor in a land use hearing, it's not necessarily what I want to do. It's not about my own intentions or plans. It's about the decision before us. And so we need to be talking about what are the consequences of the decision before us. And so that's kind of where my questions are going to go as soon as we get the slide up here.
Oh, okay.
And if Councilor Novick has a joke at this time to fill the airspace, we will entertain it. I'll allow you to speak over my mic, Councilor. I guess what I'll say is I think that the decision before us is whether or not to deny the appeal or approve the appeal, deny the appeal, and some variation of those with some changes or suggested changes.
That's right. So approve the appeal, which would overturn the Design Commission's decision.
Right.
And deny the master plan. Deny the appeal would affirm the Design Commission's decision with the conditions the Design Commission included, or council has the option to deny the appeal and add its own conditions.
Thank you. And so then this is really about whether or not to deny the appeal to the master plan. It's not about the future plans of this development project.
No, and staff can speak more specifically, but
Yeah.
the future development of the site will have additional design use review.
Okay, and that's
Design
outside the scope of this hearing.
Yes, this hearing is about whether or not the voluntary master plan meets the applicable criteria.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant on? Oh, yeah, please come on up.
You can share,
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah.
Councilor Green, I have the options on the screen finally for you.
Thank you. So just reading those out before I ask the applicant some questions here. The options before council there's three options. Deny both appeals and uphold the Design Commission's decision and conditions of approval for revised findings. Deny both appeals and uphold the Design Commission's decision, but with revised conditions and findings, and then grant one or both of the appeals and overturn the Design Commission's. And so I guess my question, because this is about a master plan application. And so I guess my question to the applicant is, if council were to grant one or both of the appeals, would that change anything about your plans for development of the use there?
Yes. If you were to grant either one of the appeals, there wouldn't be a Central City master plan. However, we would be able to proceed with demolition since it's a separate decision process than the CCMP, and then we would be able to redevelop the whole of Lloyd Center, the 27 acres, without being subject to any of the CCMP approval criteria, including that we would no longer be required to dedicate any park space or open area, which is now amounts to about 6 acres of open space. That would no longer be a requirement.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's what I heard last week or last couple of weeks, but I wanted to make sure that was clear here. So the council decision today is not, there's no decision by which we can force the preservation of this mall.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's all the question I have right now at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to build off of Councilor Green's question. But first, I just want to say how much I appreciated the community being here and the testimony. I found it compelling. I actually learned a lot about skate culture that I didn't know about and the positivity of skate culture. And I learned that this kind of endeavor really requires subsidies as well, if we think about that into the future. But my question, I think, is really to legal is, what are the consequences of upholding the appeal? What would the consequences be to the city? Are we liable for any kind of action? Is this trigger Dolan? Can you talk a little bit about that?
So, Councilor Clark, you're asking if the council were to uphold the appeal and reverse the Design Commission's decision. I mean, the immediate consequence would be that the applicant would no longer have a master plan. And then any party could appeal that decision. Presumably the applicant might appeal that decision, arguing that that their application did comply with the applicable master plan. But if the question is whether or not denying it would trigger a constitutional claim, the constitutional claims will usually come if council imposes additional conditions, approves with conditions.
I guess my question is really, if we or if we uphold the appeal, are we vulnerable to suit by the applicant?
I would imagine that the applicant is entitled to challenge that at the Land Use Board of Appeals. Yes.
That's the next step. Okay, that would be a step. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. I put myself in the queue to make just a brief comment. I also want to just echo that the truly heartfelt nature of all the folks who came to testify and fight to preserve something that is so deeply important to your experience of being a Portlander. I hear you. I mentioned at the beginning of this, our first hearing, one of my first jobs is working in the Lloyd Center. I absolutely have my own deep connections to this space. I was a ruffian teenager in the late 90s, hanging out in there, playing in the arcade. But that's not the question before us, unfortunately. And the question before us isn't, can the city council force a property owner to run a business? Can we force them to use their property in a specific way? Understanding that there's not really any sort of example of that ever happening anywhere else. We can't force a business to suddenly decide they're going to be a McDonald's. We can't force them to continue to do what they want. And that's not the question before us. However, I heard something that I was extremely interested in last time. And it was a question about the future of using the Veterans Memorial Coliseum ice rink. We are having a lot of conversations right now about the future of the Moda Center and the Rose Quarter broadly. And there's going to be a massive investment, hopefully, in that area to focus on activation and entertainment and recreation. I don't know the answer about whether or not the Memorial Coliseum could be a recreational facility of some sort in the off season. I heard that ice rinks require a public subsidy. Well, we already own the building. Perhaps we need an operator. I don't know what is between there and here, but I'm very interested in looking into that. And so my office will be looking further into that conversation about whether or not there are additional recreational opportunities in a city-owned facility. And because, as was mentioned, there just aren't any other options like this in the city of Portland. So I'm very interested in that. But as to the question before us, colleagues, I don't see a path to supporting the appeals, and I will be I will be supportive of denying the appeals. Councilor Purtle-Guinea. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Canal. Actually, they changed order on my thing. Wait, no. Nope, I'm wrong again. Councilor Purtle-Guinea is correct.
That came to me very quickly. I thought there were people ahead of me.
Yeah.
He wants to go last.
I'm in the middle.
It changed order.
for it.
Oh, it just keeps. I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna say. Okay, Canal. I'm gonna go with Canal then, because this is how it's going. Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry, everybody.
I had a lot of questions that are mostly legal. I asked one of them last week, 2 weeks ago. And it was because Mr. Klein, with the first appellant, asked for us to either remand the item back to the Design Commission or add an appropriate condition to save the ice rink. I asked last time if we could legally remand the item back to the Design Commission, and zoning code does not consider that as an option we have. And I asked that for clarity, primarily just to understand what our options are. And I really appreciate the further clarification on that Councilor Green brought up. There are two additional ones that came that relate to this, and I'll just ask them together. One is the idea of adding a condition to, I guess it wouldn't be preserve this ice rink, but add a condition in that there be an ice rink in future development. The other one, I think that we're all familiar with what that question is, so I think I don't need to give more detail there. But the other one that I wanted to mention, which has come up in some of the previous meetings prior to this land use, was the importance of the 5K and the idea of that the current building is uniquely able and is popularly used to allow people to walk in 20 blocks of dry, climate-controlled indoor space. And so the question was whether or not we are able to add a condition of use to require the new development to have some sort of maintenance of that, either through a covered walkway, a skyway, a tunnel. The question that I got asked back when I had a town hall there last year was about a skyway. And so I'll ask these two questions. Are those things that are within the scope of what this conversation is? And then I have a couple other follow-ups.
Okay, Counselor, so I think your question was, can we add conditions regarding an ice rink or a skyway?
Yeah.
And under Oregon land use law and the zoning code, the city can attach conditions only to ensure that the proposal will conform with the applicable approval criteria, and that's codified. So none of the applicable approval criteria identified by staff expressly requires an ice rink or a skyway. Council, in order to impose such a criteria or condition, council would need to find that a relevant approval criteria cannot be met without requiring the ice rink or the skyway. And I would just note that the applicant has asserted that requiring an ice rink would be an unconstitutional taking.
So that opens a second question. You mentioned without expressly requiring, which means that, as I interpret it, what your response is here, that if a criteria is met in a certain way, we don't have the authority here to say you should meet it a different way. And I'll kind of, by way of illustrating it, there was another question. The other appellant, Mr. Henderson, mentioned community building, which is policy 2 LD3. In light of how it is currently used, and talking about maintaining that particular, the current ways in which that criteria is met by the current uses, and the application asserts that it will be met in other ways by the way in which the master plan is being proposed. My question is effectively, are we, are we looking at the current, or are we just looking at, because there's no master plan now, are we looking at how the master plan would meet or not meet these criteria? And again, are we able to say you're meeting it in a way we don't prefer in the context of this hearing?
So the question before the council is whether or not the application meets the approval criteria. It's not whether the current development meets the approval criteria. It's what the applicant has applied for. And then council, it's within council's authority to interpret the applicable approval criteria. The standard before the Land Use Board of Appeals on appeal would be whether or not that interpretation was plausible. And so again, council can impose conditions if they're necessary to satisfy approval criteria. Council would have to interpret that an approval criteria cannot be met but for that condition.
Thanks. Another question that came up, I have two left on this. One is, there's a park next door. There's Holiday Park right there, which has had a lot of work put into it fairly recently. And there was a question about, is there a necessity to create new space that could be considered in some ways redundant? Or is there an ability to count that as part of the sort of green space that's being created so that some of the land that is currently being dedicated in this proposed master plan for green space could theoretically be used for another purpose? And my understanding is that the master plan does not look at the things that are neighboring it. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so the application, again, is for the site owned by the applicant. They're requesting approval for their property. And the zoning code lays out the master plan requirement for the 20% open area. The code does not specify a way that standard could be met off-site. It's written to be met on-site. If council were to ignore the criterion and decide that it could be met off-site, this takings analysis would still apply in terms of things that we're asking of the applicant.
Great. And the last question, I'm not sure if it's for you or for staff, but there's been a lot of commentary about meaningful engagement. And I wanted to understand what the legal requirements we have there in terms, not us, meaningful engagement requirements that exist on the applicant. And how those are defined, and to the degree to which we're being asked to assess that or not.
I can answer that, Counselor. So the zoning code specifies notice requirements that the city has to fulfill. The zoning code specifies posting requirements that the applicant has to fulfill on the site. But that's kind of the extent of the public engagement that is required other than attending the hearing. So they were required to do the design advice, which they did in 2023. They were required to post the site with posting boards all around the perimeter of the site. And then the city mailed out public notice as required by the zoning code.
Okay.
That's the extent of the zoning code requirements.
And that's inclusive of not just the requirements on us, but on the applicant as well?
Exactly.
All right, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Cannell. Councilor Bertolini.
Thank you, Council President. And I will just note, because Councilor Cannell asked the question about engagement, that broadly, not just in our land use process, we call things engagement that are not engagement. And we call things notification when they are happening so late that neighbors do not actually have an opportunity to provide meaningful input. And that is something that I hope we as a council can address broadly and not just in this process. If we are going to say we are a city that takes our people's concerns seriously and a city that wants Portlanders to have a say in our city's future, we need to actually create that opportunity. And if we don't, we need to stop saying we do. Neither here nor there for this process, but Councilor Cannell, you brought it up and it needed to be said. So I want to start by thanking the appellants for stepping forward. We will not control the city of our future, the future of our city, unless we assert what the future of our city could be, should be, what we think we need. And even though you have heard from many of my colleagues and will likely hear from many more today that in a land use process, we have narrow paths that we can move forward on. Bringing forward these appeals allows the space for conversation about what our city should and could be that won't happen otherwise. So thank you for bringing this to us. Legally, it is very clear, as some of my colleagues have established, that we cannot prevent the demolition of Lloyd Center or of the ice rink. Those paths just do not exist, whether or not we want them to. The question then is, does the master plan before us meet the conditions that are required in the master planning process? If it does not, do we think we will better meet those conditions without a master plan through denial, which we have heard will lead to not a new draft of a master plan, but demolition without a master plan? And if it does mostly meet the conditions but leaves some concerns, are there revisions that would allow the plan to meet the conditions more fully? So I want to ask some questions about a few of the conditions which have been appealed to better understand if the conditions have been fully met. But I want to start with a question broadly about the conditions within the master plan process, Lauren. There are a whole lot of requirements laid out in the master plan process, or what we call requirements, but they don't, in the language in our master plan documents, the documents that guide this process, appear to all be individually binding. Is that the case? Does our applicant need to meet every single condition thoroughly, or does the applicant need to meet the generality of all of the conditions?
The applicant has to satisfy all conditions of approval. I guess I'm not totally sure what you're.
So I think the language
and I'm going to
in the documents that create the master plan process, and the language that the design commission used talked about the applicant encouraging certain types of development. But there are a whole lot of conditions, and I guess what I'm getting at is when I look at the appeals, there is a lot of concern raised by the appellants about the extent to which each condition has been met. And I'm trying to understand, I'll try to pull one out as an example. I'll take Policy 1 LD3, tourism, retail, and entertainment. Support the continued success of Rose Quarter and Convention Center and encourage new development and businesses that complement and balance the episodic nature of event activity. So the master plan clearly creates opportunity for that. But there were concerns raised by the appellants that it doesn't create enough opportunity, or that it doesn't create opportunity that is different from what exists elsewhere. So I guess I'm trying to understand, to what degree do we need to be looking at here? Is this you do this to some extent, great, check the box, we move to the next one? Or is there legally a higher bar for what extent to which each of these individually have to be met?
Okay, so the criteria of approval, I guess is what you're referring to, and the application does have to meet all of the criteria of approval. It is within council's authority to interpret what those criteria of approval require. And so to the extent of whether or not they've been met by the application is something that council has to decide based on the evidence presented before them.
Okay, so where our ability to make some determinations, because as we've established, there are some limitations there, is within to what extent we think these criteria have been met and need to be met.
So council would interpret what the criteria requires, what council thinks is necessary to satisfy that criteria, and would conclude based on the evidence in the record whether that criteria has been met.
Okay. So I think that's important just to have said as we think about some of these pieces. And I want to ask about 2 or 3 in particular. The first is 5LD1, which is the diverse and distinctive urban places. And that was raised by the appellants, who essentially say this is not diverse or distinct, and that this looks like many other urban places. So can you help me understand the language in 5LD1 and what we as council need to be looking for there?
So Counselor, I'm working on pulling up the approval criteria, although I would also like to turn to staff to speak a little bit about what the Design Commission found. That. So do you have the approval criteria that we can put up on the screen?
I have the central city policies that I can put up on the screen, if that's what we're talking about.
LD, yeah.
And I think either the policies or I know there was a kind of a chart put together for us.
LD.
I can share that as well.
And I just want to make sure that we are truly doing our due diligence and being thorough in our work here, because there were some pieces that were raised where I think that question of to what extent is an important one for us to make sure to consider.
If I can be helpful with a response, let me know, but I won't jump in unless asked.
I'm happy to hear from staff about what is required, but I'm also happy to hear from the applicant about how you think you're meeting these pieces, if there are pieces you'd like to add.
Councillor Purtle-Guinea, the Design Commission's findings for Policy 5LD1, diverse and distinct urban places, are on the screen right now. Design Commission found that development in the Lloyd Center Master Plan area is likely to be of higher intensity than the existing shopping mall and parking uses that currently predominate on the site. The master plan area anticipates and can accommodate between 2.2 million and 6.8 million square feet of development, which is significantly more than the 1.18 million square feet of development currently on the site. The master plan provides opportunities for mixed-use development with a hierarchy of block sizes that can accommodate a range of uses and serve to strengthen the emerging mixture of residential neighborhoods interspersed with commercial offices and major regional attractors.
And I think part of the challenge here is that this policy is titled diverse and distinct urban places, but the information underneath that in the yellow that you have up there is that it foster more intense development and strengthen the district character, which is different from diverse and distinct urban places. So we have appeals that are focused on diverse and distinct urban places, and I think very rightfully point out that this development may be less distinct in its nature than Lloyd Center. It may not be. We don't know yet. That will happen through the development process. But the argument that was made through the Design Commission is about that subtext, more intense development, more space. And so I've been trying to parse the fact that we have an appeal on a very different piece of language than what it sounds like we actually have to meet. That subtext sounds like what we actually have to meet. And that appears to be met here. I don't know from the applicant if there's anything you want to add about the diverse and distinct piece, or if you really have been focused on that intensity of development piece.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Again, it's Christy White, legal counsel for the applicant. I would take a step back before you get right to the language of the design guideline, which is the design guidelines are not prescriptive standards. So they can't dictate and don't intend to dictate a specific use. And then the master plan itself is an urban design framework, which doesn't then again dictate specific uses. So what the Design Commission is looking at when it looks at policy 5LD-1, it looks at both the title, diverse and distinct urban places, which is how the city has decided to title that subtext. And then it goes to the subtext and looks at the urban framework standpoint and not at specific future uses. And when it looked at that, it said, okay, we as a city have a code we've developed for the Central City and the Lloyd District that intentionally puts heights, density and open spaces in this area. Does this urban framework better accommodate that under this design guideline than the current mall? And the answer was yes, unequivocally. And this language that you see here is a summary of much greater findings in the Central City Master Plan about how that accommodates it.
And we've seen those greater findings, and I think this is part of what I've been looking at as I've looked through here and thought about the appellant's arguments, is that we do have these abbreviated headers.
Sure.
And a whole lot that you are looking to meet below that, which are met even if the language of the header is perhaps not. I did have some questions about 1LD3 and 2LD3, and the appellant's arguments on these were interesting to me because these are the policies that look at activation, the one that I read actually as an example previously, and community building. And it appeared to me that the Design Commission relied a lot on the inclusion of open space to meet those criteria. I'm struggling with that because a master plan requires open space by its nature. And so if we're meeting our community building requirements and our space activation requirements through something that is already necessarily required, I guess I'm wondering why those policies, and I think this is a question for staff, why are those policies included if they can be met just by the nature of having your 20% open space? Generally, legally, if something is written out, it means something different is required. And so what is it that we should be looking for under activation and community building in a plan which doesn't have details yet? It doesn't have to. That's not a criticism. We're not at that place yet. In order to meet those requirements, because I struggle with meeting that just by the inclusion of open space that is already required to be included separately from this. So what have previous councils looked at there, and what should we be looking for?
I don't believe the previous councils have actually evaluated these Central City 2035 policies before in the context of a Central City Master Plan. These policies were adopted, I want to say, in 2018, and the master plan process hasn't come before the city council since then.
Okay. So we're really setting the precedent here. We don't have precedent on how to interpret these that we should be looking at.
The Design Commission has set its precedent, but the council has not.
Okay. Is there, I'm trying to choose my words carefully given the limitations in what is required in a master plan. Are there plans that can be shared around the activation of spaces or the creation of year-round active spaces? Because what I'm seeing is that we are supposed to be meeting community building standards through open space, which in a city where it rains half the year is an interesting way of meeting that requirement. And when we're moving from active spaces, meaning spaces with active activities, to open space, which can be activated, but is not necessarily activated, I also wonder about the community building. So I wonder if there's anything that I can hear about what the plans are that might help us feel confident that that requirement is in fact going to be met in a way beyond just having the already required 20% open spaces that we may not be seeing right now.
Yeah, great question, and I'm happy to answer it. The open space, you're correct, is a requirement of the code. The question under this design guideline is how the rest of the plan interacts with that open space. And so what we have now is a large concrete mall surrounded by parking structures. And so the question for the Design Commission was, does the new grid system that's going to be introduced into this 27-acre area, connecting it to the neighborhoods on both sides and requiring very specific locations for ground floor active uses, ground floor window treatments, ground floor entrances that are reflective of the surrounding public right-of-way and public spaces, as well as the open space and park areas, is a good response to LD3. And the Design Commission unequivocally found so, because what you're doing is creating a new community at the ground floor that allows people to pass through, around, between blocks, and creating ground floor active uses that can spill out onto all of those public spaces. So it isn't just the open space. The master plan also goes through a parcelization with, as Ben said, a tiered block size that accommodates different kinds of uses on the ground floor. And then on top of all of that, you have the CX zoning, which allows outright many of those uses, if not all of those uses, that have been contemplated in the public conversation.
It looks like you have somebody up there who might want to respond
The lead
as well.
architect is probably
Well,
better suited to answer the question.
Director of Planning and Urban Design with CGF, and we prepared the Central City Master Plan. I just, well, for the AIA, I want to point out I'm not an architect.
Sorry.
Just so I.
Our lead designer.
Yeah. But there's something sort of high level that I thought might be helpful context, and that is that the CCMP language states that the Central City Master Plan is consistent with applicable sub-district goals and policies of the Central City 2035 Plan. But the Central City 2035 Plan goals and policies were not written specifically to be applied to CCMP. They're written to guide the city's review of everything, your own planning, your own street design, all the way down to buildings and the design of a sidewalk. And so it's hard for these to be written at a level that applies to those things equally. And so as the Design Commission reviews a district versus a building versus a plaza, it's got to interpret them at a different level of detail. And so as Christy said, what we're reviewing is a design framework. It's about the size and scale of streets, what they can accommodate, and we've assigned streets and open spaces and building sites responsibilities, which we've described in terms of how they will contribute to the district and to the other parts of the plan. And so I think, you know, if I look at this community building, what we've done with the open space system is to provide diversity of scale, diversity of orientation and relationship to the private building locations and to the other public realm and to the public streets that pass through the district. So the buildings and plazas and parks that follow will have more detail that can be judged against these criteria. But we think that at the urban design framework level that we've addressed it.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. I'm still struggling a little bit with this policy that says encourage public spaces and the public space requirement being met with public space that is already required elsewhere and design that allows the use of that space. You know, I started by saying it's clear that we can't prevent the demolition of Lloyd Center or the ice rink. And it really is clear to me that the master plan does mostly meet the conditions that are laid out. But there are a few of these policies where I think the plan has left something to be desired. And Councilor Knoll, you asked a question about conditions and a condition of an ice rink specifically. We heard that that would most certainly be appealed as a taking. I am wondering what a condition around year-round active use spaces, not just open spaces, which would not necessarily require an ice rink. I want to be very clear. That could be met in any number of ways. But whether it would be appropriate under this community building item to have a condition around the inclusion of some sort of active space usable year-round for community building, in addition to what is laid out already in the design as part of the approval that council moves forward. And Lauren, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
I would just say that if council wants to draft such a condition, then I would definitely want to have a sidebar with staff to make sure that it works with the other conditions. So I'm hesitant to try to write a condition on the fly.
Understood.
From here. And just so I understand, policy 2 LD3, community building, encourage public spaces. What you're asking is whether council could interpret that criteria to require an active
some sort of
recreation.
Active public space and some sort of active recreation public space that moves us beyond where I think the Design Commission relied pretty heavily, which is the open space that is already required in the plan, separate from this community building policy.
I don't know if staff wants to comment. I guess I have some thoughts, but.
And Councilor Pertolini, we're at 15 minutes.
Done after this.
Thank you.
This is the last thing I'm going to say, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, I'm trying to think of how to answer this question.
The river placement findings.
Yeah, in terms of crafting a condition of approval, I agree with Lauren. That's something we wouldn't want to do on the fly. I don't necessarily see the direct nexus to the year-round part of your condition, and that's maybe where I'm struggling just a little bit in coming up with an answer.
I think I might be helpful in the word encourage has been interpreted under the River Place Master Plan at a framework level. So it might be really important to refer to those findings. That's in our legal argument in the brief provided to council, but it means facilitate through an urban framework. It doesn't mean to require. And I would just emphasize, to impose a condition of approval, it must be tied to a development standard that requires that condition, or you can't meet the development standard. And we don't have a development standard here that requires a community building. Although, having said that, I just want to again emphasize that all of these ground floors are ground floors that can be activated by any uses that are allowed in the CX zone when a development proposal comes forward.
Certainly, though, we should presume that they'll probably be developed in a way that maximizes profit for whatever groups purchase those from the current owner. And I don't think that's a bad thing by any means. But the only way that we as a council ensure certain conditions are met beyond that is by stating that they need to be met. So I hear you, and I know that we've heard from the current property owner that they are very open to the development of some of the things that have been brought forward, which would be competing with everything else bidding on those properties. I do note the word encourage, and I remember in your presentation and in the documents that you submitted talking about that other case. And I've also heard that each piece of this does need to be met. So we have to encourage. We don't have to do the thing, but we are required to ensure that this encourages. I think there's some question there about whether that means this is actually a true requirement or not, though we heard from staff that these things are requirements. I hear staff not wanting to develop something on the fly, and that's fine, but I also think it's important that I say out loud that I wonder if there is something we should do there. We don't vote today. My colleagues will have an opportunity to weigh in And they may or may not be interested in moving in that direction, and that's okay. But I do think it's important to point out these pieces where there may still be some weaknesses in how the policies are met, and we can determine if we want to apply conditions or not. I do think that for the most part, the application meets the requirements. There are just some pieces where we might be able to have it meet those requirements in an even stronger way. Council President, I'll stop there. Folks have heard my thoughts and can either express interest or not as we move forward with our deliberations over the next few weeks, I think it is.
Thank you very much. And I didn't want to interrupt Councilor Portolgini, but our rules of decorum in the chamber require non-audible shows of support or disapproval. I was hoping to sort of let the snapping fly, but then I heard boos and hissing. So I'm going to ask the people in the audience, please continue with non-audible shows of support. Jazz hands, thumbs down, all good options, but let's not let this become a distraction, please. Thank you very much. Councilor Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Council President. First, I do want to thank all the people who have come out to share their thoughts. It's been really heartfelt testimony. It's great to see this type of engagement in Portland and especially in the district that I represent along with my colleagues to the right of me. I also just really enjoyed hearing the stories and all the positive experiences. I noticed that everyone talked about their positive experiences of Lloyd Center, even if they thought it was dead and needs to move forward, and those that are activating it at this time. There was no debate over Portlanders' love affair with the Lloyd Center since it's been a big part of our history and since the 60s. I grew up with it. I was born and raised near the location the first part of my life. So I just thought there was only one mall in the entire world, and it was Lloyd Center. So, and I've cheered for every attempt to stop the exits of flagship stores that was taking place. I went to the opening when Tom Cobain worked with people to lease out the spots in, when was that, 2021 or 2022? 2022. Yeah, it was so festive. It was a beautiful affair. And I remember even people that had leased it saying, I know this is only temporary, but it's really a wonderful opportunity to learn how to run a storefront. And it brought a lot of energy back. And so I've been rooting for it. I go to the Lloyd Athletic Club, don't go as much as I should, since 1997. So I've been able to see all of these variations. The ex parte was kind of odd. I felt like I could have been talking about my relationship with Lloyd Center for way too long, so I tried to summarize it. Anyway, I miss the vitality and vibrancy it once had. And I'm trying to be respectful for those that still experience it. But big picture, I really, really miss it. I have seen a very long time since the space was utilized to its potential. And I really want to thank Urban Renaissance Group and the architects and urban planners for working with the city on our master plan. That is something that doesn't always happen. Gee, thanks for giving the sign that they could do gestures like this. I'll look over here. No, just having fun with all of you. You got to make light of this stuff sometimes. There are two primary concerns I've heard are preserving an ice rink and objections to the demolition. Neither of these items are applicable to the city's master plan criteria and scope. The applicant will be able to demolish the mall without the master plan, and they were not able to require that a party in the future build an ice rink as part of the master plan. That would have been a separate conversation and agreement between interested parties elsewhere outside of this hearing. I want to ditto everything you said. You kind of, I was real excited to announce that I think we should work as landlords of Veterans Memorial Coliseum. We should work with the people at Rip City Management and Winterhawks to figure this out. Like, why couldn't there be lessons there? How could we get a shared agreement? We're the landlords of the Memorial Coliseum. It's by far a better ice rink, if you will. And then imagine family skate night, open up the curtains, have some great music, do some light show. How playful, how wonderful, how Portlandia, and see the view of the city. Like, we have options, City Council, that aren't a part of this decision that can allow us to bring vibrancy to that very important part of our city. So thank you for mentioning that, President Dunphy. I'm on the working group with you about that. But today, let's get back to our reality, the reality of our decision today. Today, our tentative decision is about recognizing the process and the work completed by the applicant, city staff, and the hardworking volunteers at the Design Commission. They completed the process and determined that the applicant sufficiently met criteria of a master plan. I appreciate the due diligence of the Design Commission, and after review and consideration, I think they arrived at a very sound decision. Unless there is clear evidence and reason that the criteria are not met, we need to uphold the findings of the Design Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I think some of these questions have been excellent. I appreciate the digging in, but I just have one really simple question, and it might be for the attorneys. This is a well put together master plan. I appreciate, and I appreciate your answering the questions so well. But I was just curious that there's nothing that requires that this master plan be implemented, that someone could swoop in and buy up this property and do something else with it. Is that true?
I'm going to again ask to not with snapping. Thank you.
Councilor Clark, you're asking whether a future property owner is bound by the master plan?
Right.
No, the future property owners are bound by, well, they could come in and get a new master plan, or they could decide not to pursue the master plan in terms of how they developed. Yes, they go ahead if you have more to add.
Yeah, if the master plan is approved, it's a vested land use decision that's recorded against and runs with the land. And any successor in interest, if there is one ever, to this property owner would be required to comply with all of the conditions of approval within the master plan. There are also provisions in the code if somebody came in and wanted to amend the master plan because some use came along that needed a bigger block size, for example. They would have to come in either through a type 3 process again or a type 2, depending on the level of the modification. So the master plan also has a term of 10 years. And so it would terminate after 10 years and somebody would have to start over if the development in the master plan hadn't proceeded.
Okay, so what you're saying in lay terms is that someone could come in and would have to go through a process to do something differently.
Yes, otherwise they would just comply with the master plan. It happens all the time. Somebody gets a land use approval, they sell their property. You have to build according to that land use approval. If you want to modify it, you have to come in again through a public process and modify
So there is a public process.
Yes.
Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. I really appreciated kind of this dialogue around the Veterans Memorial Coliseum as being a potential solution to a problem that would be created irrespective of the decision we make today, frankly. Both of those impacts are in District 2, I'll note. So there's some interesting symmetry there as well. So I'm supportive of that kind of thinking in that direction. I just think that before we get into the bigger decision here, I want to note that there is a real lack of affordable rent for commercial tenancy in the city of Portland. Like, that is real. And that is what the Lloyd Center has been able to provide during this period of its basic, like, near insolvency. I mean, like, in economics, you have firms that are not bankrupt but are insolvent. And the Lloyd Center property is more or less insolvent. And so it's at its end of economic life. And in that space, you're able to offer essentially deeply discounted rents that have created the opportunity for in some sense, some flourishment. That's actually the Portland I grew up in. Like, the Portland that I grew up in had a bunch of really cheap rent, whether that was residential housing stock or it was also commercial housing stock. And that enabled artists to do really cool things that then created cultural production. And so, irrespective of this specific land case, I want us to look at the challenge that we're in right now, which is that there is a glut of commercial and office vacancy space in the city of Portland. And we have an opportunity to use the tools, the levers that are appropriate to use to help unlock those spaces so people can get into a much lower barrier to entry. This is something that we talked about a lot, I think, in the Arts and Economy Committee when that was still a thing. That, I think, is the future vision that I see for economic development and allowing that cultural production. The Lloyd Center is not that. There is no future for that use in this case. That doesn't mean we give up on the dream of building that for Portlanders. And so I think that, that's a hard pill to swallow, but the land use decision that we have before us is whether or not we're going to allow a master plan to be used as a tool to have a much more, promising development opportunity for these set of parcels that would exist, that would happen with or without the master plan. But without the master plan, we don't get the ancillary benefits to the city of Portland that come from the infrastructure that's going to be developed as part of this. That's a big piece of this, and that's something that we need to know. I do have a question, though, for Councilor Pearl Guinea, because you kind of went on for about 20 minutes, and there was some important stuff that you were laying in there, and I didn't catch all of it. So I just want to make sure I have your intent clearly. Are you sort of envisioning that we would have a condition that created covered year-round active space? I wasn't really fully following that.
Yeah, so I asked about a number of things, some of which I think were important to just get on the record as clearly not a place where we have space to intervene. I am interested in this community building policy because right now, predominantly that requirement, encourage public spaces, and I understand that it's encourage, is being met through the open space and the way that buildings orient toward the open space. Having spent a lot of time around lawyers, though I am certainly not a lawyer, and a lot of time on policy work and interpretation, I know that words matter. And if something is included, it matters. So when I see a policy requirement for community buildings separate from a requirement to have 20% open space, I am struggling with accepting that we can meet that encouragement of public space simply by saying, well, there is a requirement for 20% open space, and therefore that's public space, and we're going to orient the buildings for people to use that, and therefore we've met the condition. So given that, I was asking the question of whether there could be some condition around public space and ensuring that there is some sort of public space that is usable beyond that 20%, presumably something usable year-round so that it is separate from that 20% and offers a different need to be met than that open space, which certainly meets a need. Now, because the word is encourage, I don't know if we can do that or not, but I'm stuck in a bit of a hiccup because we're being told that one of the things we need to make sure this plan does is encourage public space. We're being told it does so with the use of this open space and the orientation of buildings toward the open space, but the open space is required elsewhere. If the words are here, separate from here, generally that means it's a separate requirement. And yet I don't know if we could add that condition because of the word encourage. And that is the legal hiccup that I think we may be in that I was trying to ask some questions about.
Thanks.
Does that help?
It does, and thanks for so I guess I'm not taking away from that that you're trying to create a sort of ad hoc land use requirement on top of this for big covered year-round space, right?
No.
Because I was thank you, because that's I think a reasonable observer who maybe missed some of this might have caught that, or maybe that was the takeaway, and I don't think that was your sort of intent, and I wanted to make sure I understood what was maybe coming down the pike in a couple of weeks, because I don't support something like that. I do think it's good and right for us to sort of press on these conditions and ask the questions. That's the purpose of this body, to be convened as a quasi-judicial, and so I appreciate the dialogue on that. I think for me, as the city of Portland, it's a pretty moderate kind of weather temperate area. I think that in the context of our broader land use goals and planning documents, I think for me, we can encourage active and open and community space without that piece of infrastructure attached to it necessarily, but But we'll see what staff comes up with over the next couple of weeks. I think when I read these documents and I looked at the plan, the articulation of the egress and ingress of the buildings and the lots and the kind of open space and how the streets and the kind of interior streets are faced, to me that felt a lot like a European style superblock, where you have sort of a high degree of pedestrianization, and you've got inward sort of park facing, maybe ground floor retail, maybe there's a preschool for all facility as the ground floor of this thing, maybe there's a park. I see a lot of potential there for community building and active space. And so I don't necessarily see the, perhaps the gap that you're identifying there, or maybe the mutual exclusivity piece. I'm not sure how to describe it there, but I guess, colleagues, I'm prepared to, when we take this vote, I'm prepared to reject the appeals and approve the hearings officer, or whatever that specific item is in the slides, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Smith.
Point of order. Do we have a time certain at 11 o'clock of an agenda item?
Yes, but we couldn't have it before then, but we can move to those items after, absolutely. But yes, we have the recap item after.
So I must have been out when you talked about that.
Oh, it's just part of the agenda approval, but time certains are always the earliest we could do it, not the latest we can start it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Knoll.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple quick questions, and then I'll just do my comments all together here. There's a demolition permit that has to be applied for in order to demolish this. That's outside the scope of this. But my question for legal is, that's its own land use process, right? The demolition permit?
Not a land use process.
It's an administrative process.
Okay,
So
but
there
somebody
is-
could theoretically appeal that, and there's a whole process, right?
It is not a land use decision that's appealable to this body, but yes, I mean, someone could challenge whether the non-discretionary criteria have been met, standards have been met.
Okay, but I'm illustrating it's a separate
Yes.
conversation.
Yes, it is a separate application and process, yes.
Okay, my two questions for the applicants. One is just following up on Councilor Pertle-Guiney's questions about this open space piece, and your response was about open ground floors, right? And I think that's something that we can guarantee in terms of requirements for design to have windows and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of accessibility, if someone comes along, a different land developer buys one of these parcels, builds a building with open ground floors, but then they just lock the doors, say only higher floor tenants can enter the building, et cetera, is there anything that prevents that from happening?
Yes, there's several things. So the way the zoning code works, right, and layered in with the master plan, there's certain streets that are primary streets that require, like you said, active ground floor uses, and the zoning code requires main entrances that are open to the public and ADA accessible on those main entrances. So yes, the zoning code would require that kind of fluid accessibility, ground floor windows measured from a certain height by a certain percentage. And the design commission, I can say from 30 years of experience, would never let you get away with not complying with those standards. That's for certain as you look around. But if a tenant went, I mean, I can't tell you that if there's a vacancy like we're seeing all around town, that there would be inactivity for some period of the vacancy. But hopefully, as we emerge out of this economy and somebody decides to invest in one of these parcels and develop it, we won't be in that situation. But I can assure you that the design commission process for each one of these buildings will ensure that there are active spaces, active ground floor windows, main entrances, and they evaluate that all in the context of the rest of the parcels.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about ADA accessibility and things like that. I think I have faith that the process would account for that. I'm more concerned about the security sort of element of it, like human security private owners saying we're just going to lock up and not let anybody in. I also don't think it's reasonable to hold anyone here accountable for if there's an inactive space or an unrented space at first in the context of this question. But I think that's what I'm asking about there. The other question was around diversity, and I want to be clear to Mr. Leinhardt. You said that the plan provides diversity of scale, diversity of orientation, relationship to the private building locations and to the other public realm and public streets that pass through the district. I think that to me meets with the actual text of it, and it seems compliant with that. So I don't think that there's necessarily a concern there, but I also think it makes clear that the title of this criterion is a joke. And something we need to fix, because that's not what I think anybody here would think of when they think of what the word diversity means. So I think just in terms of the layperson's understanding, and I'm interested in working with staff on the future of that, because I think there's a disconnect here. And I think Councilor Pertolgini mentioned between the title and the text, but also between, I think, just the title and public understanding of those words. And so I think this is less about it's a technical requirement versus how it's perceived. And I don't know if I'm missing anything on that, but I wanted to just mention that. Okay, so I want to just restate what I heard. I heard there's a current plan to demolish Lloyd Center, which is parallel to this process and has its own criteria. Parallel plan to do master planning, and that today we're only working on master plan consideration, that the existence of a master plan relative to not having one has specific benefits to the city in terms of better to have it than to not, separate from the question of what should be in it or not. I heard that we can't remand this to the Planning Commission under current land use law. I've heard that we can't exercise our independent judgment in the context of our preference as to the preferred outcome, but instead do our quasi-judicial duty and apply existing law and plan to see if the proposed master plan meets them or not, regardless of how, which I think is a really important distinction. That the requirements proposed include interpretation of criteria, but also things that aren't required, and that the absence of a requirement for meaningful engagement is problematic, as Councilor Pertolgini noted. And I've also heard there are concerns which we can all individually assess about the risk of demolition absent a master plan, about the risk of being sued under the takings clause and so forth. So what I took away from that is I don't think we can apply conditions that require an ice rink. I don't think that we can apply conditions that create specific spaces for things like the 5K through this process. I do want to speak to two of the other criteria, the 2LD3 and 5LD1. I asked a question about applying community building to current use, which we can't, but I do think that they serve as important context because the current community use and the current existence of community shows the lowest possible ceiling for what the space can provide for in the future. I think that's a way of saying we can expect what we already have. That's a fair expectation to hold. And so I think the technical requirement is met not in the same way that it's currently being met. That indicates to me a failure of a high enough bar more than it indicates that we are seeing grounds for an appeal. On the other one, though, 5LD1, we talked about diversity, but I also want to recognize the concern that citywide we're losing something distinctive if Lloyd Center goes away. Right? It is a thing that doesn't exist anywhere else in the city. It's a thing that will not be replaced with something else. And so the overall breadth of what exists in the city will be reduced. I think that's a tension there that can't be met. I think that this relates to the title not being backed up as well in the actual text. But I do want to use those to talk about the potential condition. And I want to support Councilor Pertolgini's comment about year-round activation. I think there are some communities which are seasonal, summer camps, things like that. But again, the degree of our expectation should be shaped by the existing usage, which includes year-round community at the ice rink. That's fair. And also most communities include active use and not just the possibility of active use. And I think that's a really important distinction as well. I can't say I'd vote for the condition absent reading it, and I think we'd all want to see it, but I think it's fair to ask for some option to be presented that is detailed enough to consider in an up or down way. So that's my request, and I'll want to back that up. Speaking more broadly, one of the clear lessons from Lloyd Center's recent history is that lower rents and flexible space create room for innovation, especially for small businesses and community-serving organizations that are often priced out elsewhere. While the city has limited authority over the future of a privately owned property, as we're all seeing with the limits of this quasi-judicial process, I am focused on supporting the people and businesses who've made Lloyd Center what it's been, not just in the last few years, but even prior to that, because as Council President mentioned, we all have history with this building. The conditions that precipitated this gap are underutilized and underactivated spaces, and we have a failure of building more multi-use than we can reasonably create affordability for businesses to have access to in the commercial sector here. Some of that has to do with just our requirements. Some of that has to do with overbuilding. Some levers are outside of the scope of our land use item to address it. And for those who aren't already aware, I am interested in and have started the process of examining separate residential and commercial vacancy fees as a tool to create pressure on long-term vacancy and drive rent down citywide. The intent is to better understand how the city can discourage prolonged vacancy and encourage productive community benefiting use of existing buildings at an affordable level without losing sight of the real financial and legal constraints that the city operates under. We obviously need to make sure our stated goals make sense to the public and not just to lawyers. No offense intended to the lawyers, but it needs to meet both criteria. And that includes titling better the particular criteria, but also making sure what's required and what's not. I also think Mr. Leinhardt's point about, actually you both made it, about applying these differently in the context of a framework versus an individual building is helpful, and I'd like more clarity on that for the public as well. And also ensuring real engagement, not conflating one-way communication, mailers, et cetera. Even if those mailers were on time, they're not enough to constitute engagement. Engagement is co-creation. Engagement is listening and requiring. It appears clear that that's not actually a real requirement in our current rules, that it just needs to be. I won't repeat everything everyone said about the Rose Quarter and the ice rink, except to say that I agree. But I want to make one big picture comment here. This is a private business operating within rules about private uses of land in our city and state, and so we're limited as a council. I also think we're being asked to ensure that capitalism and capitalists provide a social benefit. And that's not realistic the way the law currently is. We can argue about whether the solution should be a broad conversation about democratic socialism or simply a government use like an ice rink run by Portland Parks or the city-owned Veterans Memorial Coliseum. But I think we need to be realistic about the world we're in as we simultaneously try to build the better world of the future. And I do want to build that better world. We can have nice things, including an ice rink, and Portland deserves them. But it's not going to be because large developers choose to build them altruistically, nor should it be. That's just not how it works. It's our responsibility to either build requirements, noting what limitations that might create, or better yet, provide a public service as the government. We haven't done that as a government, and that's our job to do, and we need to meet that requirement. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Canal. Colleagues, there's no one else in queue for discussion. Lauren, our staff, could we pull up the three options before the council again, please?
Yes, just a moment.
Councilor Smith. Oh, okay. Okay.
Jamie, if possible, I'd like to ask a question of council.
Sure.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
He's welcome to ask.
Matt Henderson with the Save Lloyd campaign, representing one of the appellants. So there's one guideline that hasn't come up in discussion that I don't want to gloss over, and I don't think the city wants to gloss over. And that is guideline A6, reuse, rehabilitate, and restore existing structures where feasible. The city's own website for the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability talks about embodied carbon in the built environment. And I'll quote briefly from it. Building materials account for 13% of annual global emissions, so reducing embodied carbon in the built environment is a priority to reach net zero carbon by 2050.
We're kind of pushing into a territory of relitigating this. I was open to a question, but full reading off that's a little bit.
It's all here in the city priorities publicly that reusing existing buildings is a crucial part of how we advance the city's climate goals. And this guideline A6 feels like one of the most woefully undermet criteria that the master plan is being assessed by. It feels like there was not enough accountability.
Again, we're pushing into the relitigating territory. Okay. It's got to be, if you have a question, I'm happy to answer it.
The question is, has council given consideration particularly to this guideline A6, which was one of our 6 criteria or guidelines that we specified in our appeal letter?
I'll just say that I'm familiar with this criteria. It was considered in my consideration of it and will be a part of what I am considering as we move towards the vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So before us right now on the screen, colleagues, you see that there are 3 options that we are able to do. Lauren, can you help me understand the difference between the 2 middle, or the first and the second? They seem very similar.
So the first option is to approve the Design Commission's decision with all of the conditions that the Design Commission included. And then the findings would be revised to reflect the council hearing. We would make a tentative vote and council would return with revised findings. But it would uphold everything that the Design Commission found, including all of their conditions. The second option upholds the Design Commission's decision, but revises the conditions and adds any new conditions. And I will note that there is a technical amendment to one of the conditions that staff has requested should council proceed with upholding the Design Commission's decision.
Thank you. Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I move that a motion to the first option deny both appeals and uphold the Design Commission's decision and conditions of approval with revised findings.
So, second. Before we move into that, as Lauren just said, there is a technical change that is required, that does require an update to a revised condition. If the body is moving towards denying the appeal, I would ask that we move the second option, that with revised condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, Ben, do you have the revised condition that you could?
There's a technical amendment there. So
it's a technical revision that.
It's a revision to the text of condition of approval 8C. I can show it on the screen briefly.
Please.
I'll take the second.
Okay.
So it's just changing some of the language that was adopted by the Design Commission. Public Works staff, Brianna Lovell, is up here if you have any questions for her on this. Public Works staff at PP&D has worked with the development team on revising these conditions. It just corrected a couple technical things that were in error.
Okay. Yeah, can we get some more specification of that? Which of those?
Sure. Brianna Lovell, Portland Permitting and Development, Public Works Development. So the change that we're making is related to the fact that the applicant's materials originally indicated that the full demolition of the mall would impact the private sewer connection to properties to the north of the Lloyd Center. And so we wrote a condition that sort of offered us some guarantees about how that transition would be managed so that those northern properties get reconnected in a timely manner. Ultimately, it's a private agreement between 2 private parties, but we wanted to make sure that there was no risk to the city that something go awry and that an emergency connection to the public system be required. But we have now understood that the demolition of the mall could be completed without disrupting that service to the northern properties. So we amended the condition to reflect that.
Thank you. So, Councilor Ryan.
Yeah. So I moved and it was seconded. Are you saying that we need to do this technical amendment, which still seems to be in the first bullet? The attorney can weigh in, of course.
You can do, if there's no objection, you can do a friendly revision to your motion. But yes, I think that staff is requesting that it's condition 8C, I think, is revised. So the motion could be, I move to tentatively deny the appeal, uphold the Design Commission's decision with the change to condition 8C as proposed by staff.
That's what I want to say right now. Yeah.
Councilor Ryan moves what Lauren just said.
Yeah.
Second. Councilor Novick seconds. In a land use appeal, is this a debatable motion, or do we just move to a vote at that point?
You can move to a vote.
Okay, I think we're,
I mean, yeah.
okay, then we are moving to a vote on Councilor Ryan's motion. Councilor Novick second. Oh, Councilor
Point
Bergen.
of information, there's not discussion on this motion?
Well, it's a call for a vote. So this is, there's not it's not a motion to amend. It's basically just a call for the vote.
There's generally discussion, though, on a call for a vote, correct?
On legislative things, but we're in a land use hearing. Would we like, yeah, is there?
I'm just noting that we do have 2 colleagues in the queue.
Yeah, I don't have any reason to say that council cannot have a discussion. If there is interest, if the body is interested in further discussion before voting.
Okay. Then before we move to a vote, I'm going to get to Councilor Knoll.
Just a question here. We have expressed, at least 2 of us have expressed an interest in seeing what a condition would look like. Is there, I don't know, this is a preliminary vote, so it doesn't really seem to matter if there's going to be revised conditions anyway. It seems like we would be able to add something later, but I'm just curious about how we could get to a place where we could at least consider something.
I just want to make sure to clarify for the record. So typically council makes a tentative vote. It reflects all of the conditions and what council wants the final decision to be. That was Commissioner Ryan's motion and for that tentative vote. Staff then will return at a future date with revised findings to reflect what happened at the hearing, the testimony, and council's discussion. Ordinarily, the condition would not be further amended at that future vote. So if there is a proposal for a condition, council should identify what that is before making a tentative vote.
Okay, well, I mean, I've made clear, and I think Councilor Pertolgania made clear a desire to consider another condition. I don't think there's been other colleagues have necessarily expressed an opinion either way, except I'm going to implicitly assume that Councilors Ryan and Novick, by virtue of this amendment or this motion second, are not interested in that. So I just wanted to put that on the table before we vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the further explanation. And before I take this vote, I want to say to my fellow Portlanders, neighbors, and the passionate advocates who have spoken out to protect the Lloyd Center, I hear you, and I heard you. I have listened closely to the hours of public testimony and felt the deep love this community holds for the Lloyd Center, especially the iconic ice rink that has anchored generations of family memories, first dates, and community gatherings. Please know that my vote, Council President.
Thank you.
Can you give order?
Folks,
If I can finish my statement.
I've been very clear. Please, with the snapping and the clapping, please, I will consider it a disruption and ask you to leave.
Thank you. So please know that my vote to approve the Central City Master Plan is not to dismantle that rich history, nor is it a validation of losing something that we all love. It is instead a difficult but necessary step towards securing a viable future to Northeast Portland. The reality we face is that the current structure of the mall is severely dilapidated and economically unsustainable. While land use law does not legally allow the city council to force a private developer to rebuild or maintain an ice rink, voting no on this demolition and redevelopment plan would not save the rink. It would simply trap the Lloyd Center in a state of continued decay. So I will be supporting the master plan. My vote to support this path forward is rooted in an appeal to what Portland can become in the future. Economic revitalization. Our city is navigating a significant budgetary shortfall, and we desperately need to rebuild our tax base. A revitalized Lloyd District will breathe economic life back into the area, creating an ecosystem where local small businesses can not only just survive, but they can thrive. Housing and infrastructure. This redevelopment represents a generational opportunity to build a much-needed housing and modern infrastructure right in the heart of the city. A renewed gathering space. While the physical space will change, the goal is to transform a dying, hollowed-out property into a very vibrant, active neighborhood where Portlanders can once again gather, work, and live safely. And I know that change is incredibly hard, especially when it touches places that hold our history, my history. But as your city councilor, I must look towards tomorrow. I am committed to working alongside the developers and community advocates to ensure that the spirit of community space remains central to whatever is built next. And let us use this moment not to divide ourselves over what is being taken down, but to collaborate on what we can build up together. Thank you for your fierce advocacy and dedication to our city. And I want to thank the developers for the work that they put in. This has been a long road. And, you know, we're going to have some winners here. And I think all of us can win on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Pertle-Guiney.
Thank you, Council President. You know, many of us started by saying that it was clear that there's going to be a demolition here no matter what. The question is whether a master plan is the best option. And if so, if the criteria are being met. And I do think that predominantly they are, with that asterisk of the concerns I raised. But I also am hearing loud and clear from my colleagues that there's not an interest in conditions that would address those concerns and address perhaps some pieces where there are places where the plan could be a bit stronger, both in terms of meeting the criteria and for our community. I just want to acknowledge that as we move forward. It's sometimes there are places where we could do better, but the will isn't there to do so, so we have to do the best that we can, and clearly moving forward with a master plan is better than moving forward without one for this part of our community. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertle-Guiney. Councilor Novick.
I just wanted to echo everything that Councilor Smith said. I cannot improve on what she said. I totally agree with it.
Thank you, Councilor Novick. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can we please move to a roll call vote? Maybe repeat one.
Noting Koyama Lane and Murillo are absent. Novick?
Before we start, just to clarify for colleagues, a yes vote, an aye vote, is to vote to deny both appeals, uphold the Design Commission's decision with revised conditions and findings. If you want to deny the appeal, the vote is a yes. If you want to uphold the appeal, the vote is a no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Councilor Ryan's motion was to deny the appeal and uphold the Design Commission's decisions with the revised condition by staff. So a vote for yes would deny the appeals.
Thank you. Keelan, please call the roll.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Canal?
Begrudgingly, aye.
Pertle-Guiney?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The tentative vote is approved with 10 ayes and 2 absent.
The motion to deny the appeal has passed with, I'm sorry, what was the vote count? 9? 10 to 0. The appeal is tentatively denied. Council Clerk and City Attorney, do we have a date and time certain for this matter to return to Council for a final vote and adoption of findings?
So the zoning code requires that the prevailing attorney provide draft findings, and then we'll return. I think staff has a tentative hold for July 29th. Can I just sidebar with the attorney to see if that's sufficient, or whether we need,
We can do it.
okay, so we'll need that at least week before, how long filing is?
We will need it.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah, I'll coordinate with counsel for the applicant to identify when to get them to our office, but yeah.
Okay, so I understand that this matter is returning to council on Wednesday, July 29th
At 9:45.
at 9:45 a.m. for the adoption of the findings and the final vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, the time is currently 11:48. I'm going to give us a restroom break, 11:49. Everybody please be back here at noon. We still have a number of items, but I will preview that we almost certainly will not complete the full agenda today. We'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Shame on all of you. Shame.
Okay, and we are back. Keelan, can we please call item number 5?
Item 5, document 2026-189, amend city code and improve land use regulations through the Regulatory Improvement Code Amendment Package 11, amend code titles 32 and 33.
Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Claire Adamsick with Council Operations is here for a committee staff summary report. Claire, take it away.
Thank you, Council President and Councilors. For the record, Claire Adamsick, Council Policy Analyst and staff to the Housing and Permitting Committee. The ordinance before you, document number 2026-189, was heard in the Housing and Permitting Committee on June 2nd, where it was referred to full council with a recommendation to pass. The ordinance amends Portland City Code Title 33, Planning and Zoning, and Title 32, Signs and Related Regulations, and adopts the legislative intent and findings as shown in the Regulatory Improvement Code Amendment Package 11, or Recap 11, which is found in Exhibit B. The ordinance also directs the adoption of the Findings of Fact report in Exhibit A as additional findings. The code amendments clarify regulations and aim to remove barriers to development. Recap 11 amendments are grouped under the following themes in the recommended draft: parking and loading, including access to bike parking requirements with a change of use, and allowing parking in residential setbacks with a garage conversion. Exterior areas, including clarifying requirements related to structures or covers for common outdoor areas, and aligning definitions for exterior activities throughout the code. Regulatory improvements, including updating regulations for outdoor shelters to align with current allowances through the city's housing emergency, clarifying that a sobering center is an allowed temporary activity in response to a health and safety emergency declaration, and extending the timeline to set up or tear down a major public gathering to align with the timeline in a permit issued by Portland Fire and Rescue. And finally, sign code amendments, including allowing greater flexibility around the use of larger freestanding and/or small changing image signs in local and regional parks. The full impact statement on this item includes information on economic and real estate development impacts, an analysis, and community impacts and community involvement. No one provided verbal testimony during the committee meeting on June 2nd. 5 people submitted written testimony on this item via the MAP app prior to committee action. The general themes of this testimony included support for clear and efficient permitting rules and definitions that help to reduce delays and expand housing options, concerns regarding allowing and expanding use for safe rest villages and daycare facilities by right without conditional use review, requests for greater flexibility for schools and universities by allowing multifamily housing as a permitted use in the campus institutional zone, request to add a definition in the zoning code for a structure that replaces an existing structure with the same footprint, and finally, highlighting the need for clarification of short-term bicycle parking accessibility requirements. And that concludes the committee staff summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Councilor Avalos, this came from the Housing and Permitting Committee. Can I turn it to you for opening remarks?
Yeah, thank you, President Dunphy. So Recap 11 came before the Housing and Permitting Committee on June 2nd. Staff presented the package, which includes a series of technical and minor policy amendments intended to clarify and improve the city's zoning and sign codes. During the committee hearing, no members of the public testified. The committee closed oral testimony, left the written record open, and voted to advance the package to the full council for consideration today. Following the committee hearing, council offices received a letter from several higher education institutions expressing concerns about the proposed definition of mechanical equipment. So city staff subsequently met with those stakeholders to better understand their concerns. And as a result of those discussions, Council President Dunphy, Councilor Koyama Lane, and I are introducing an amendment for council's consideration. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Council President, and let me know when you'd like me to introduce the amendment.
Thank you, Councilor. That'll be just a moment here because as my notes say, there are 2 pre-filed amendments to this item, both filed responsive to written testimony. If those amendments are adopted today, we will be continuing this item to a time certain later in the month to allow staff to update the findings. Additionally, my amendment, Dunphy 1, will also require additional technical amendments from staff to be operationalized if we adopt it today. Altogether, we're looking to concluding this legislative action in August or possibly early September. As Councilor Avalos said, but before public testimony, we want to introduce but not move our amendments so that the public, if there is testimony, can speak to them. So Councilor Avalos, would you be willing to introduce Avalos, Dunphy, Koyama Lane 1?
Yes, absolutely. So we are introducing this amendment to remove the definition of mechanical equipment. Several major institutions, including professionals at Portland State University, University of Oregon, and OHSU, raised concerns about potential unintended consequences regarding the definition of mechanical equipment and setback and screening requirements under Recap 11. So the introduced amendment was crafted by BPS staff and removes the section MP7 regarding the definition of mechanical equipment so that the issue can be further examined by BPS with additional community engagement. And so we're not moving it, we're just stating it.
Yeah, please, for now.
Cool.
Thank you. So,
Sounds good.
thank you very much, Councilor Avalos. So Avalos, Dunphy, Koyama Lane. And I will also take the opportunity to introduce Dunphy 1. This concept for this update came from testimony from Warner Pacific. They have been trying for years to change a zoning code to allow residential uses within the Campus Institution 1 zone by right, CI1. They own several properties that could be sold for housing, but currently they cannot because they are bound up by a complicated non-conforming situation that essentially makes them unable to be sold because banks will not loan on a property that can't be rebuilt should the existing house burn down, for example. Permitting household living would give meaningful zoning flexibility to utilize adjacent properties without departing from the zone's intent, helping colleges, and universities better serve their communities while maximizing the use of existing campus land at a time when Portland's housing needs remain pressing. This amendment simply aligns the CI1 zone with other campus institution zones by allowing household living by right, and if passed, my team will work with staff to ensure that related technical changes to impacted codes are updated to be included in the final passage of Recap 11. So that is, and the text for that has been pre-filed and is available on there. With that, I'd like to, before we move to technical, actually, are there technical or clarifying questions before we move to public testimony? Councilor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. Just clarifying, so both of these amendments, you're introducing them but not moving them?
Not moving them yet so that the public can respond to them.
Okay, so we're also being familiarized with it, so we're just, okay, great, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Keelan, is there public, Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I think this might be for, well, I don't know who it's for, but someone can answer it. This is the Recap 11, and when did we do Recap 10? I'm just kind of curious when Recap 12 will take place.
Good afternoon, councilors. Patricia Diefender for the record. I believe Council Recap 10 was adopted in 2024.
2020. What year is it? Yeah, 2024.
Yeah. So we tend to try to do these every year or so. It sometimes takes a little bit longer than a year, but it is a regular and ongoing program, as we discussed previously.
And it's good to see you, Patricia, while you're up here. So I think when I had authority over BDS, I think we called this, I called it code clutter cleanup.
That's correct.
Is that a fair statement to make?
Yes, this is you can think of this as code maintenance, code cleanup,
Right.
just ensuring that the code continues to be responsive to evolving
I think
situations.
it's more active than it used to be, this process. I know it wasn't happening for a while. When I inherited BDS, the permitting snafus were much worse than they even are today. And partly what we discovered in the task force was that we had a lot of clutter. We'll pass things up here, but we don't look at the impacts of the older codes that might not need to be there any longer. And it was really hard on the customers or even a staff member that would start to go back to one that probably isn't pertinent anymore because another one was passed. So I just want to lift that this is part of that practice. And it helps streamline our permitting process when we do this work.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, now I know what we're talking about. When you're not in a committee and this comes to you and this is all the information you get, it's very helpful to have this context. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Keelan, can we please call public testimony?
We have 6 folks signed up for testimony. First up, we have Michael Harrison, Douglas Wade, Peter Finley Fry, Scott McLean, and Sid Haraharan Goat.
Welcome, folks. Come on down. Whoever's sitting first, Michael, looks like you get to go first. Introduce yourself for the record. You're welcome to share your pronouns, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hi, I'm first President Dunphy and members of the council. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Michael Harrison. I'm with OHSU. After several years of losses, financial losses, OHSU has been seeing improvement, and we hope that that improvement will continue. However, we still have a significant maintenance backlog of $700 million, which has increased by $200 million since COVID. We also have $1.3 billion of debt and $600 million additional of pension liabilities. So, sort of watching some of the budget conversations at council, I think you are sort of acutely aware of those kinds of financial challenges and how they make you really prioritize what you do. So specifically in this space we're talking about today with Recap 11, it has a direct connection to our capital programming. And right now our capital repair and improvement budget is pretty small, and it comes out of our reserve funds because we don't have regular revenues that can cover them. And our reserve funds are really intended to keep our doors open during a crisis. Because 2/3 of our patients are on either Medicaid or Medicare, programs that face significant federal headwinds, solutions to our budget challenges aren't, going to be solved by passing on costs to patients. We don't really control the Medicaid budget, the Medicare budget, and those are where most of our patients are. So we need to be extremely vigilant in prioritizing our spending generally on keeping our buildings open and keeping our staff paid so that we can provide medical care to those in the community and continue to provide education. And because of that, I wanted to say thank you, feeding off what Councilor Ryan was mentioning. Thank you for efforts like Recap 11 to really right-size the regulations that the city has for this moment in time, which is a pretty challenging moment in time. We also appreciate and support Councilor Avalos Dunphy and Koyama Lane's amendment taking out the definition of mechanical equipment. It's a pretty technical issue, but by taking that amendment out of this particular piece of legislation, it just gives it more time to be worked on in a future process. So happy to talk about technicalities, but mostly I'm here just to say thank you for your efforts to help focus the code and minimize costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guess I'm next, right? Good afternoon. My name is Doug Wade, interim president and CFO of Warner Pacific University. Warner Pacific has been a part of the Mount Tabor neighborhood for 90 years. We own several residential buildings on campus, apartments, and single-family homes. These are not dorms. They are well-maintained apartments and single-family homes you find throughout Portland. Our tenants include first-generation college students for whom affordable housing close to our campus makes a difference in finishing their degree. So here's the problem. When the city changed our zoning to campus institutional, household living became prohibited, and our buildings became legally non-conforming. Our buildings did not change, the code changed around them. These properties were legally constructed and properly permitted. We were renting these homes without even knowing household living had become prohibited. That classification creates real consequences for financing, renovation, long-term planning, and it affects our ability to keep these properties available for housing. Warner Pacific did not create this situation. The change in zoning did. Portland needs housing. We have housing in existing buildings. This amendment is a targeted correction that reflects reality and supports Portland's housing goals. The zoning code was changed around us. Our legally constructed buildings became non-conforming through no action of our own. The code now expects them to disappear. That's not good policy, it is not good for Portland housing. We ask you to amend the text during this council meeting to allow housing to be outright permitted in the CI1 zone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Peter Finley Fry. I'm a nationally certified land use planner. I want to begin by apologizing to Councilor Evelis. Navigating the new city council processes is a little complex, and we're learning, and we should have been in front of their committee, but we're learning. I apologize. We're asking, the zoning code literally has 1 million or more letters in it. We're asking you to change one letter. In table 150-1, we're asking you to change N to Y, no to yes, to allow household living on CI1 campuses. This includes Warner Pacific, Concordia, Reed, Lewis and Clark, and we can't really find any opposition to this idea. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer any technical questions.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Scott McLean. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I was involved in the sale of Concordia University. I'm currently in the process of marketing the Multnomah University campus, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the Multnomah University campus to support this. What we're seeing is more students learning online. About 26% of undergrads and 36% of graduate students are now getting their education online. There's a lot of advantages to that. It's more convenient. We're seeing non-traditional students, but we're also seeing housing on campus is not being utilized like it had previously. So we support this amendment change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sid is joining us online.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to testify this afternoon on this productive and proactive code update package. I really want to thank staff for the diligent work they've done to get this recap project to where it is. My name is Sid Hariharangat. I'm a land use planner with a local engineering and architecture firm, McKinsey. The request I have this afternoon is quite simple. Staff have written a minor code change to a section of code about land division on sites with floodplains to allow more flexibility in developing these sites. Now, this code change has been placed in the Columbia Corridor Industrial Lands Environmental Zone Project, known as a CCIL project. And we recently learned that the CCIL project is unlikely for adoption until early 2027 or later. And since this code change regarding the land divisions in the floodplain does not have anything to do with environmental zones, and its impact is not limited to industrial zones, but also applies to sites in residential zones, we believe that the RECAP project is the more appropriate vehicle for this change compared to where it currently lives in that CCIL project. Implementing this change now could prevent further delays for development, including residential projects, which are a focus in the city right now. Now, getting into that language that's currently in the CCIL zone project, that language is already written, and the ask from City Council and staff here would be for this language to be moved from that CCIL proposed draft to the RECAP final draft. Additionally, this language has been reviewed and approved by Planning Commission and does not change any existing environmental natural resource area policies. Now, staff has directed us to come to City Council with this change because it is so late in the process. And we really ask for City Council's consideration for an amendment to the RECAP language to move the land division floodplain code change from the CCIL E-Zone project into the RECAP 11 project. I'm happy to answer any technical questions this afternoon, but again, we believe that this is a straightforward change for relocating where this text would be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Our last testifier is Sarah Heinecke.
Welcome, Sarah.
Council President Dunphy and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Sarah Heinecke.
I serve as the Director of Planning and Sustainability in the Division of Planning, Construction, and Real Estate at Portland State University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Portland State University, alongside OHSU, Portland Community College, and the University of Oregon's Portland campus, applauds the City Council, Mayor Wilson, Planning Commission, and city staff for your ongoing efforts to reduce regulatory burden and to help rein in costs. These efforts directly benefit institutions like ours. Portland State is the most affordable four-year university in Oregon. We exist to serve this region, its students, its workforce, and its neighborhoods. We are doing that work right now under conditions of serious financial strain. Every capital dollar we commit to compliance requirements that provide limited public benefit is a dollar that does not go toward a classroom, an advising appointment, a mental health resource, or a community partnership. Unanticipated screening requirements for equipment such as transformers and backflow devices would compound across multiple buildings, projects, and budget cycles. The cumulative effect is felt directly by the students and communities who depend on us. We ask that Council direct the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to revisit this definition, whether that be as part of approval of Recap 11 or instead striking the definition from Recap 11 and folding it into the upcoming Code Alignment Project 2, giving the Planning Commission the opportunity to weigh these concerns before the matter returns to Council in 2027. Getting this definition right matters not only for universities, but for small businesses, housing developers, and others across Portland who would bear these same costs. On behalf of our students and our community, thank you for all you do for our city.
Thank you very much.
That completes testimony.
Okay, colleagues, we are now moving into discussion. Councilor Avalos, would you like to move our amendment?
Absolutely. I would formally move Avalos Dunphy TKL1.
Councilor Avalos moves. I will second. Colleagues, is there any discussion or debate of the amendment? Councilor Portogini.
Thank you, Council President. I saw the letter come in with this request as well. I appreciate you all addressing it. I heard from Councilor Avalos that there was some work done between staff and the institutions, and I'd just like the opportunity for us to hear from staff whether they have any concerns about where this ended. There was a change proposed, and this now makes an additional change to that section. If there's anything we should be aware of that could come to us as a problem leader for doing this.
Thank you for the question, Council Portogini. Patricia Diefender for the record. We did work with the council offices and the institutions, and the published or the posted amendment. Staff's evaluation is that is fine. What it does is essentially take out the definition, which was intended to be a clarification of what mechanical equipment is. The other red lines that you see in the posted document actually just restore the existing language of the code. So this allows us the opportunity to take that issue kind of offline from this project and investigate it further at another time.
There was a proposal, though, to add this language to provide clarification. Yeah. Should we have any concerns since we're not providing clarification? Was there a different problem that you were trying to fix that we're now not fixing that council should be aware of?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry, did you want to jump in there?
Sure. The problem that we were trying to solve was more around clarity. So the proposed amendment would have just clarified. Right now in the code, there's a lot of different just areas where mechanical equipment comes up in different sections of the code. We were trying to just define it in a definition so that it was in one area to make it easier for PP&D staff when they're explaining it to folks and implementing the code. It wouldn't have resulted in any actual change to the policy. How it's reviewed and how mechanical equipment is treated with permits that come in would stay the same regardless of whether we change the definition. It was more of a clarifying issue.
Council Portogini, I think that it will be good for us to clarify it in the future, but I don't think there's any harm in waiting to kind of drill down on that and get it correct.
So should we expect in the next package of revisions that we'll see different language to clarify this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bertolini. Councilor Knoll.
I guess this last piece might have just answered that, but I'm looking for something other than like a more numerical response to that in terms of how long. I assume it's
when we will come back with that. Honestly, I don't have an answer to how long at this moment. I think that we have to figure out which project it could come in the CAP 2 project, potentially, or some other code amendment project that that BPS would be undertaking.
Okay, that was my only question. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Councilor Green.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks to those of the carriers of the kind of proposed amendments today for picking up this request from, I had heard directly from Mr. Harrison, I think, and others who were understanding, that our form of government has changed and, some of the kind of like committee structures have changed, but still kind of like, I think we missed this. How can we get plugged in? So you guys caught that, you brought it in, so that's laudable, and I appreciate that. I'm supportive of the amendments today. I do have a question though, and I just missed it, but there was the second to last testifier, Sid, I believe. I wonder if they're still on and would be able to sort of remind me again what their particular ask was today. Is that permissible, Chair?
I'd be happy to if they're still online to.
Okay.
I don't know if they are.
Councilor, we're aware of that testimony, and we can provide some information on that if you'd like.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, so the speaker, the testifier was referencing the Columbia Corridor and Industrial Land Environmental Zone Project, which is another project that will be coming to council probably in the early next year timeframe. That project essentially really deals largely with updating the location of the environmental zoning in the industrial areas. One of the things that it does is also bring regulations into conformance with floodplain, federal floodplain considerations. And one of the amendments that's proposed is just a fairly minor technical code amendment that addresses land divisions in floodplains and actually does attempt to make them more flexible. So I think what the caller or what the testifier was requesting is that particular code provision that's proposed for change in that project be brought into the recap project at this time to accelerate, to have it become effective sooner, because this project will be coming to council at a later time.
I understand, and who are they representing? I missed that piece.
They were a firm, McKinsey, a small planning engineering firm.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I am, thank you, Councilor, for that question. I am available on the call if there's any technical questions, but I want to confirm that staff's explanation there is in line with what we were asking for.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think that that fills in the gap that I kind of missed in the testimony when listening. No, I have no concerns with the amendments, both of them. I'm going to support them today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I apologize for seeking some clarity here. So this is a strange amendment to be reading because it's new red language that looks exactly the same as the striked out. We're just restoring fully in terms of the language. That's what we're seeing here.
Councilor Zimmerman, yes. Okay. Restoring existing code language.
Okay. I guess what confused me there was this was said it was intended to provide more clarity, but by getting rid of the language, I didn't see more clarity coming out. So I'm missing something here.
One of the red lines is of the definition itself. Maybe we could, and that's what is being removed. That was the new language that was being proposed that is now being removed as a result of this amendment.
Because a definition is a set, whereas the rest were used as examples.
Yes.
And that's the question is, does an example constitute all, but a definition does constitute all? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to acknowledge that it's great to have OHSU, PSU, and Warner Pacific here. Last time I looked, Warner Pacific is the most racially diverse higher education institute in the state. And so that's walking the talk of equity. Thank you very much. How did you determine, I'm just curious, so when you come to us with these things as a chance for legislators to understand how operations are moving along, how do you determine the scope of the current iteration of these updates? I mean, I'm sure it's a long list. How do you discipline yourself to focus on what you think is next?
Yeah, so that's a great question. There is a database which people can enter their ideas about code amendments in, and that is the starting point staff use for recap. So we review all of the entries in the database, and JP can speak to this a little better, but essentially we look for those topics that we think will have the kind of the most wide application and therefore the most impact. If we make that change, it will have some impact as opposed to a change that maybe only it would affect a few or limited properties within the city. So that is one of the primary ways that we kind of sort through that database and try to identify amendments to include in the package. I think there are hundreds of entries in that database, and for example, I believe there are 50-something amendments in this package. So we kind of take them by the ones that are most impactful and start with those.
And does the DRAC board get heavily involved at the early stage? Because in my recollection, what I experience is that's the governing body that has the most consumers and the most clients, if you will.
I know that we do present to DRAC and do give them information about the work plan as we're developing it, so that there is an opportunity for them to provide some input. And I don't know if JP, if you want to.
Would you say part of permit reforms was to do a better job of listening to those who are using the systems? And so I just wanted to make sure that was still part of the system that we're building.
Yeah, so is Patricia, for the record, I'm JP McNeil, I'm a planner with BPS. We start with the database, and the vast majority of the things that go in there actually start with PP&D. The public also puts them in there. And so we work with the PP&D staff, and we have a process we try to sort of rate things. We have a ranking system to figure out what's going to have the biggest impact and which are going to bring the most bang for the buck. But then we put together a work plan, a scoping work plan, and that is released publicly for comment. So that's when we take that to DRAC, and we bring that around so that folks can comment on that. We also publish along with that the work plan of what we are proposing to include with recap, and then there's also an appendix that has everything that we didn't include so that folks can see the things that we left out and comment on that as well.
That makes sense. I think the smart people at permitting, the smart people at BPS, there was a time where they weren't coordinating very well, and I think that got us into the problem. So this is an example where the new government and having work areas and a DCA overseeing that, I think, allows us to have a better system. At least that's what I'm hearing right now. Were there any changes that were left off the table that you want to talk about that there was a lot of tension, and do you think they will keep exploring that? Is there any one that you'd like to discuss?
Any items that we didn't include?
Yeah, like it needed more time, even though it's definitely an issue.
Nothing's come to mind. It's been a while. It's been a while since we did the scoping. Nothing is coming to mind. We brought the most salient ones, and then as the process goes along, things get added, and so things that become issues or become more salient with time, they often find their way into a recap project.
It makes sense. Such a fluid process. So
yeah.
And I want to thank my colleagues on the committee for listening to the feedback. And it seems like these two amendments are friendly amendments to all of you. Am I missing something? Because there was a reason why they didn't show up. I mean, no one's perfect. So these are good changes, good edits.
These are, staff is supportive of these amendments. I think the campus institutional zone issue didn't really surface until this stage. But it's given the conditions that everyone described, it's reasonable to consider that there may be some changes to the uses that should be permitted in that zone.
Well, it's wonderful to have the campus's lobby come together to help create these amendments. All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue to discuss Avalos, Dunphy, Koyama Lane 1. Keelan, can we please call the roll?
Moved by Avalos, seconded by Dunphy. Koyama Lane, absent. Murillo, absent. Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Canal?
Aye.
Bertle Guinea?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 10 ayes and 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I will formally move Dunphy 1. As a reminder, this is to allow housing in the Campus Institution 1 zone by right. And I would ask for a second.
Second.
I think that was Councilor Smith. Is discussion of this amendment now? Councilor Zimmerman, is that a?
So it's an easy one, but I guess my question, staff, you should probably just stay up here the whole time. I'm not sure what we're doing here. I guess I'm going to use this amendment as a mechanism just to kind of talk overall about Recap 11. So housing on a campus seems about as basic as a pumpkin spice latte, right? So what am I missing here? How did we not get this?
I'll start us out and then maybe
Yeah,
JP
help
can,
me out because it has a
yeah.
bigger impact to other questions I've got regarding the presentation.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, housing is allowed if it's for student housing. So if it's a student faculty, it's accessory to the university use. And I think the reason for that at the time was to ensure that there was campuses were growing, and we wanted to make sure that the land that were associated with campuses would be able to support the growing needs of the campuses while allowing housing that's essentially accessory to the university. I think what we're hearing now, some of that testimony was that, there's some changes. Campuses are not kind of growing in the same way. There's, for a variety of reasons, online learning or and there's not the same need for housing. Meanwhile, these campuses have land that they may want to be able to sell or, be separate from the university. And that's where the household living uses that are separate from the university are not allowed in the zone currently.
Okay, so I needed some help in terms of definitions because it was allowable and I think is it CI 2 and 3, but not 1. So what are those definitions? What was the line in the sand that existed for the no instead of the yes?
Well, I think the difference between the zones is that CI1 is intended to be basically adjacent, less intense residential zones. So it's like around R5, the single dwelling zones. But a little more context about the campus institutional zones is that they were created with part of the comp plan update in 2018 as a response to requests from the institutions that were often in residential zones and zoned residentially. And so as a result, they were generally conditional uses in that situation. And so when they wanted to do anything to their campus and expand, they would have to go through the conditional use process. And so they approached the city around a campus institutional zone that would allow them to do what they want to do without having to go through conditional use all the time. And so that's how it came about. And then with the lower, I don't know the exact machinations of, I wasn't involved with the project, of why they decided to make that a no in CI1, but the thinking at the time was that the universities were growing and they're not non-conforming. Housing isn't non-conforming for the use of the university. So the housing that's on the site and that the universities own that could be used for faculty, staff, administration housing, that's not a non-conforming use. It becomes non-conforming when they want to sell it off to a private developer. And so I don't think that was contemplated at the time because the universities were growing, and now we're in a different world.
So in terms of a practicality, in terms of what this feels, I went to the University of Portland, right? There's a point in which I feel like I'm on campus, and then there's a point in which I feel like I'm off campus. But I think that university owns a whole lot of the housing that is along Willamette Boulevard. I suspect that at Warren Pacific, some of those adjacent north-south running streets are probably owned by, in this case, some of, are we talking about, for the definition of normal guy here, just rental homes that look like single-family residences? Is that what we're talking about in large part?
We're talking about that largely. There's a Warner Pacific they also own, but essentially it looks like an apartment complex.
Right.
And so there's both of those things. Another piece of it is that what we're talking about is a really small universe of properties where there's any sort of housing that doesn't look like a dormitory, which looks like a single-family home or apartment that is zoned CI1, where it's a very small universe of. So it's not a. The University of Portland, I don't even think that they own.
That's a large expansion over the last 20 years
right,
since I've been there. It looks quite different.
The housing that you see like across Willamette is not zone CI1, that's R5. So generally, same with Lewis and Clark, they might own some housing that's adjacent to their campus, but that's our zoned R10 and R20. This situation where there's housing that could be sold off to the private market, but it's zone CI1 is only in a handful of cases. At Warner Pacific, I'm sorry, I forget what it is now, the former Multnomah Bible College, and I think that's it. There might be a third where there's so we're talking about a small number of properties.
I'm going to save other comments for the rest. I think obviously we should pass this. For me, this is an easy one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Bertolini.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Zimmerman asked a lot of the questions I had. I'm trying to figure out where I want to pick up here.
At the latte.
I'm not going to pick up on the basicness of a pumpkin spice latte. Thank you, Councilor. I'm trying to understand whether there are unintended consequences for future construction of making this change. I understand that we have institutions that have properties that are no longer serving the purpose that they were, and they need to be able to do something with those properties. And one solution is to make a change in what's allowed under the zoning, and another solution would be to change the zoning of those individual properties. We are getting a proposal to change what's allowed under the zoning, but that means we're not just affecting those properties, we're affecting everything in CI1. So what is there a risk in the future? Are we risking pressure on our institutions to develop housing unrelated to campuses that will then push students further away from the campus? Are there things that we should know are a concern that we're weighing against the benefit in the proposal before us?
Well, I was going to say that in terms of unintended consequences, one sort of asterisk on this is that the amendment that was filed, we've working with staff in Councilor Dunphy's office. And so we talked to them about maybe that there was a little bit more work that needed to be done around that than just changing that to a Y in the table that says, yes, this is allowed, because there are different development standards for which are setbacks, height, FAR bonuses, exterior things that are different for, say, a residential zone rather than what the campus is allowed. So it could create unintended consequences for if those properties are sold off to what they can do with the types of standards that they'd be subject to under CI1 rather than if they were just being treated as a residential zone. And so our proposal, our friendly amendment to the amendment that we've worked out would be to allow the household and group living as a limited use, with the caveat being that they meet the development standards of the RM1 zone, which is a lower density multi-dwelling zone, so that way they're treated the same as if it was RM1. And so that is essentially the alternative to not rezoning them as RM1 and R2.5, which is also an alternative.
Not the amendment that's before us. The amendment before us is just the simple change.
Right,
is there a reason that it would be difficult for these institutions to rezone those properties? Like, is there a reason that we need this change as opposed to using the tools that we already have to meet the goals at hand?
That is an option. I mean, that was the sort of the original, through the quasi-judicial process, they could go through PP&D and apply through a land use review for a map change and a comprehensive map plan change, or comprehensive plan map change and a zoning map change. The issue with that is that then it's a $40,000 land use review that takes time and money, and so
There's a money aspect.
yeah.
It strikes me that we are making a change here that could create more complication, to your point about what's allowed and what's not in a document that is supposed to streamline our code and clear up complication.
I think, Councilor Pertogani, that's the reason why we are going to continue to work on the other aspects of this change and have that for the council on the July 30th. So I think what we're discussing now is the general interest. There seems to be interest in making that change, and then we would work with the council office's staff to work out some of those details, with the hope that, or the expectation that we would not be creating some additional complication, but that understanding that we are taking a zone that was intended for a different purpose and trying to, figure out how to make it have this purpose. But I would return to what JP said about the limited instances, and limited instances of this zone. I think the fact that there are limited instances of this zone makes this solution, I think, an acceptable solution. But there is the option of doing zone changes too, and the property owners can ask for a zone change, or we could, we could look at future map changes and whether they would be appropriate or not through some other project. But that's not something we can accomplish in the context of the recap project.
Understood. We just regularly wring our hands at the fact that we make small changes to accommodate immediate needs without looking at the broader effects. And it seems to me that we are making a small change to accommodate an immediate need without thinking about what the broader, most effective way to achieve the goal would be. So I haven't heard anything dissuade me from feeling that way. Thanks, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolini. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue to discuss Dunphy 1, Keelan, can we please call the roll?
Moved by Dunphy, seconded by Smith. Noting Koyamalane and Murillo are absent. Novick?
First of all, I'd like to thank Councilor Zimmerman for letting me know that the history of pumpkin spice latte is a basic drink. Apparently, it's a rich literature on it I've discovered in the past few minutes. Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Canal?
Aye.
Pertolini?
No.
Ryan?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 9 ayes, 1 no, and 2 absent.
Thank you, colleagues. We are through our amendments, and now to discussion of the underlying, now amended non-emergency ordinance. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thank you. I would encourage the staff to stay up as we go through discussion. So, in reviewing all of the documents and the presentation that went forward, I think what I've gathered is that there were 56 items that are being changed in this. And in the slideshow that went forward to the committee, it looks like 12 of those items were discussed. And when I go into the exhibit, while it's all there, I can't particularly say it's clear or that it comes off the page of what are the 56. And I think I have some concern here for a few reasons. I'm very much in favor of streamlining our code to be more practical and applicable and user-friendly. But the mindset that is being used to develop these recap projects is what I have some concern around. And I'm just going to use one of them that was in the presentation. It's like about parking in the residential setback. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? It means that we have a law in the books that says you can't park on your own driveway, and we're changing that this time. But you can't park on your own driveway, which in practical sense, everybody would go, well, that's bonkers. But we had something, at least based on the way the materials are written, and we had something there. The reason I bring it up is I was hoping to see more in these recaps that just say, yeah, we shouldn't have that law anymore. And instead we kind of get the, can we convolute ourselves or shoehorn ourselves into a solution through code as that the city of Portland is doing this greatness by allowing the residents of Portland to do these things versus maybe we just don't weigh in on them. Maybe we shouldn't have code that weighs in on certain stuff. So given that, and given that the exhibit, even in itself, does not particularly line out what exactly is changing, you've got to really read every paragraph with an English teacher's specificity to understand what is changing. With 56 changes coming and 12 being highlighted, I feel like this is a bit of a vote on faith about what the changes are, because we have not provided, or at least I haven't seen one, provided just a bullet pointed list of this of the 56 items. And I want to have faith in this project. I want to have faith that we're working from a perspective that is getting the city of Portland out of the way of Portlanders when it comes to permitting. And in some of that, I think we're doing it. In others, I feel like we're missing the mark. And so I'm having a tough time without being an expert on all of these items themselves, trying to understand the impact of all the 56 items that you've brought forward. There are no specific questions there, but I guess I'm looking for your reaction or what your goal is in these types of recap projects. What do you aim to achieve in them? And how do you best want to convey what's being achieved and change to us, to the public, et cetera?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Zimmerman. First, I'll just share that there is a table at the beginning of the report that describes all of the amendments, and it tries to do so in a brief way, but paint an overarching picture of what the issue is. And they are also thematically bundled so that there's an understanding of, this package, for example, is dealing with some relatively minor tweaks to parking-related provisions, exterior activities, and so on and so forth. So I think that is, perhaps we could do a better job of that storytelling, but that is what this is attempting to do. As far as the impact of each of these, I think what we typically say about recap is that, each of these, this is meant to be minor code cleanup, not major policy changes. Major policy changes are reserved for other projects. So for example, CAP could be one of those more major policy changes. When we undertake code projects that are, for example, the Central City Code Amendment project that we're going to be bringing to you soon, those are meant to be more major changes that are hopefully more impactful. The idea with these is that each individual change is perhaps not super impactful in and of itself, but it just makes for greater legibility with the code, easier to implement. It helps our permitting bureau, review projects and permits, and it helps the public better understand the regulations. That's the goal. So again, each of these is not particularly monumental in and of itself, but they're meant to just make the code a little bit clearer.
Just to tack onto that, about the larger goal, I think we've moved away a little bit from the goal of recap when the original thought was that these are minor technical things that either folks out in the community or at PP&D realize, oh, we're stumbling over this minor thing, we need to fix it. And as you, I'm sure all know, the legislative process to change the zoning code takes a lot of time and effort. And so the idea is to package these little things together that we can move through quickly. And historically, when something got a little bit dicey and drew some attention, we would jettison it because that was slowing down the project. We've moved away from that to some degree because often this becomes sort of the Christmas tree of projects where everyone has their ornament that they want to put on it. And so then that delays the project more. So our goal, we've moved a little bit away from that, where recap now looks a little bit in between of what the technical thing is. But that's what our goal is with this, is to try to do it within a year with just the minor things that are tripping folks up.
I really appreciate those explanations. I think that is what I was hoping to kind of, I want people and everybody's expectations to be, founded in what's achievable and what's appropriate for each thing. So I'm glad that you both were able to share that in terms of, are we doing minor? Are we doing technical? What are we trying to get at? And how do we do that impact? So I think that, the table, Patricia, that you showed is helpful, and that's the kind of thing that I want to always highlight that first, right? So thank you for that, because I think sometimes in the planning world and trying to meet the different goals, the initiatives that you're making adjustments to get lost in the verbiage to, I think, probably conform with land use laws and all that, but there's the normal person speak, if you will, and that's where I think you guys have done a really good thing in this, and I want to highlight that. So just appreciation to it, because I look forward to whatever recap 12, 13, and 14 look like, and and you have my support in that. So this is always 56 items, 12 get highlighted. It's always dicey. Where do we go? What's the right time? Where's the right place to push? So thanks both for your work, your team's work, I'm sure, others in the Planning Commission, but you certainly will have my support here. So thanks a lot for that.
I just have to say, as having done the second recap now, trying to present, this is one of the hardest projects to try to present. Neighborhood groups want to hear about it, and if you go out there and list off the 56 changes, people's eyes glaze over immediately. So the balance is trying to find the ones that maybe will keep folks' attention the most when presenting it and have the biggest impacts.
I love that point, and with 12 people who spend a lot of times at neighborhood associations for all sorts of reasons, I think we all feel that. Sometimes we're there with you. The last point I'll make is, whatever we can do to, I guess, instill the mindset of opening opportunity instead of squelching opportunity, or questioning why something is restricted in our community. Is that really a founded reason to have something restricted? Is one of those old lessons that I have from the first time I made the transition from county land use, which is all about protecting certain types of open green space, farm, forest, et cetera. It's about protecting it, whereas the city, our job is to build, baby, build, so that we can continue to protect those green and environmental areas. And so this is always a struggle. And I hope that the city is always on the forefront of, we are in the business of allowable, so long as it's safe, neighborly, seismic, fire, et cetera. So thanks a lot for your work. I know it's not an easy task, particularly when you take a small item to a big group. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. I really want to thank you both for presenting this. I'm glad you said the very thing at the end, saying, this is a really difficult thing to present, because I was kind of thinking through how impossible that would be to try to do that job myself. I wanted to pick up a little bit on Councilor Zimmerman's questions. I think we struggled with some of that same stuff in the committee, because there's 50 some odd pieces. We're highlighting 11. There's not enough time to go line by line with them. I think for me, I was deferring a lot to the Planning Commission, who came and said, hey, we support this. This is something that we vetted and looked at. And so that also takes a certain amount of leap of faith. But I think the chair and I have kind of talked about for that committee, thinking how do we want the Housing and Permitting Committee to function vis-a-vis the Planning Commission, and we wanted it to not be a roadblock. And so I kind of, in that spirit, we're thinking how do we make that a smooth handoff, and then we can have these dialogue moments. But I think it's a fair question to ask. I think those are the two different public venues where we have to have those conversations and those deep dives. There's probably always going to be some corner piece of it, though, that's not going to get as much airtime, and that's okay. We can continue to think about how to be more comprehensive on that. I support the underlying, I support the amended underlying. I really appreciate that. I want to close the loop a little bit on something that did come up in committee but didn't kind of move forward. I had raised a bunch of questions around there were zoning parcels, some kind of, I forget exactly what the classifications are, but some zoning considerations for shelter sites. And I was concerned about the proposal in this recap project to kind of increase the capacity by right, more or less, rather than go through a conditional land use appeals or conditional land use approval process. In particular, for the kind of North Portland site. I think that I think I realized it'd be a little bit difficult in Kluge to try to amend that at this time. It was possible, but I backed off that a little bit. So my concerns with Urban Alchemy, my concerns with our sheltering system felt like more appropriately to be dealt with in an oversight capacity or policy space, not through the recap projects. I just wanted to explain that's why I sort of backed off that piece. And so close the loop on that. We did have a good conversation about that yesterday to start that conversation, by the way. So we're not done talking about that, but I'm very much supporting recap at this point. Thank you so much for the work you do. And, you know, it takes a lot of time to change our zoning and code books. And we can't really afford to waste that time in the city of Portland right now because we don't have an endless pot of subsidy. So you can do things through subsidy or you can do things by changing your zoning code. And let's move forward on this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. We are going to continue this to a time and date certain. Is that correct? We're still moving this forward to a time and date certain of Thursday, July 30th at 2:00 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keelan, can we please?
The record is closed.
And the record is closed.
Is that right? Or?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Both written and verbal?
Yes.
Say it again. Sorry. Written and oral record is closed, and we're moving to a time and date certain during which council will vote on amended findings and potentially any revisions to the amendments council already voted on to reflect technical changes. Okay. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Keelan, can we please move to the consent agenda?
Yes, no items have been pulled from the consent agenda. We have 2 items. I will do the roll call vote for the consent agenda, noting Koyama and Murillo are absent. Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman? Avalos?
Whoops, there you go. Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Canal?
Aye.
Bertolini?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved with a vote of 10 ayes and 2 absent.
Okay. And can we please move to item number 8?
Item 8, document 2026-204, establish 2026 sale price cap for the Home Buyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption Program.
I'll just preview for folks in the room. We will not be able to get to item 9 today. We will come back to the SDC charges item at a future date. Claire Adamsick with Council Operations is here for a committee staff summary report on the Holte program. Take it away.
Thank you, Council President and Councilors. Again, for the record, Claire Adamsick, Council Policy Analyst and staff to the Housing and Permitting Committee. The resolution before you, document number 2026-204, was heard in the Housing and Permitting Committee on June 16th, where it was referred to full council with the recommendation to be adopted. The resolution establishes an annual sale price cap for residential units utilizing the Homebuyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption, or HOLTE program, at $455,000 for the 2026 calendar year, effective January 1st, 2026. The full impact statement on this item includes information on economic and real estate development impacts and analysis, and community impacts and community involvement. One person provided testimony at the committee meeting on June 16th, and no one submitted written testimony prior to committee action. The general themes of this testimony included recognizing that the 10-year exemption clock starts once a unit becomes available, so a new homeowner may benefit from the program for fewer than 10 years, depending on when they purchase the home. And also the opportunity to increase transparency for home buyers of properties utilizing this program, that their property taxes will increase once the exemption period has ended. And that concludes the committee staff summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Avalos, this came out of your committee.
Yes, thank you. So the resolution came before the committee on June 16th. As was said, the committee received a presentation from the Housing Bureau on the Holte price cap. The resolution maintains the maximum sale price for eligible homes at $455,000 for calendar year 2026 as required under state law. There were no amendments, no members of the public testified on the item, and the committee voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keelan, is there anyone signed up for testimony?
No one signed up for this item.
Okay, colleagues, so we are now into both technical or clarifying questions, but also discussion of this item. Councilor Knoll.
Thanks. I had 3 questions, and I'm not 100% sure if anyone from PHB can answer them or if we'll just hear back, but I'll just start asking them and you can let me know, Mr. Lee. One is just, I would like a little more information on how PHB views limitations on family-sized or larger ownership units in the current situation. What we might expect next year, if there is any sort of pre-planning for that. I know our deviation from the state is a question. And then the third thing is, my understanding, and I'd love a confirmation, this isn't my committee expertise, so I'm curious, is that the program broadly provides a 10-year property tax exemption that starts from the completion of construction. And that means that developers can enjoy the exemption while the property is unsold and vacant. And wanted to just understand if that was a topic of conversation in committee about changing that, to the degree to which we can change that to ensure that the actual resident can enjoy it once it is for 10 years, once they are moved in.
Hello, Councilor. My name is Dory Hellier. I manage the development incentives programs, including the Holte program with the Portland Housing Bureau. To the latter question, it is a 10-year tax exemption that starts the first tax year following our approval. So it doesn't start based on when the building is completed. So it does mean that if a developer has a longer timeline for development, that there are times that the full 10 years are not able to benefit the home buyer. So that is a technicality as to how it is within the state statute. We are able to extend the availability of the timeline for construction in that the state also limits that to 2 years. But currently, the way the statute is written, we aren't able to start the exemption later. One reason why it's been complicated to contemplate changing that is because it's also helpful to have the tax exemption in place at the time that the home buyer is purchasing the home, so that they're able to, one, be able to use that to help qualify for their mortgage loan, and that otherwise they could have the first year without the exemption. So we're kind of working from either end of either not potentially having it available when they first purchase the home, or unfortunately meaning they may not have a full 10 years and it may be limited to 8 or 9 years.
Okay, I would be interested in understanding how we can avoid subsidizing vacancy. That's my concern here is when a property is built and there are empty units that, I'm not talking, obviously I have a separate conversation about putting a fee on long-term vacancy, but just anything to not make it easier to leave it vacant and just get it to move. And so that's sort of my interest in asking this question. I'd be curious about what we can pursue potentially through the legislative agenda process to make it where this is benefiting the actual purchaser. And I have no problem with the idea of it remaining that way during the construction process. That's not, that's fine the way it is, but that interim gap in the middle there. So I might follow up with staff about what that would take, and then follow up on the OGR side as well. Thanks.
And very quickly, colleagues, I just learned that there are 4 people signed up to testify and are online for the next item. So I'm going to ask us that we can stick a little bit long and hear the testimony, and then we will continue the item beyond that. So if you are online, please don't log off yet. Thank you, Councilor Knoll.
Just real quick, Am I going to get a follow-up on the other two questions? Okay. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Colleagues, is there any further discussion of this item? Seeing no one in the queue, Keelan, can we please call the roll on item 8?
Item 8, resolution noting that Koyama Lane and Maria are absent. Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Bertolini?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The resolution is adopted with a vote of 10 ayes and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can we please call item number 9, Keelan?
Item 9, document 2026-205, amend partial and full exemptions of system development charges for affordable housing developments code to temporarily remove income requirements for homeownership units. Amend code section 30.01.095.
This is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Claire Adamsick, Council Operations, is here for a committee staff summary report. Take it away, Claire.
Thank you. Very quickly here, Council President and Councilors, for the record again, Claire Adamsick, Council Policy Analyst and staff to the Housing and Permitting Committee. The ordinance before you, document number 2026-205, was heard in the Housing and Permitting Committee on June 16th, where it was referred to full council with a recommendation to pass. The ordinance amends City Code Chapter 30.01.095 as shown in Exhibit A of the ordinance. The code amendments temporarily remove, for applicants utilizing the Affordable Housing System Development Charge, SDC, exemption program, the income restriction for the initial home buyer, provided that the homeownership unit was issued a building permit before January 1st, 2026, and the home is sold before September 30th, 2028. The amended code clarifies that the exception to the income restriction does not apply to applicants receiving exemptions through other specified programs, including the HOLTE program, which you just heard about, the local transportation infrastructure charge, or an exemption of tree preservation mitigation payments for affordable housing developments. The code also clarifies the city may collect penalties and processing fees in the event that an applicant sells to a qualified homebuyer who subsequently fails to meet a requirement of the Affordable Housing SDC exemption program. The full impact statement on this item includes information on economic and real estate development impacts and analysis, as well as community impacts and community involvement. One person provided testimony at the committee meeting on June 16th, and 2 people provided written testimony prior to committee action. The general themes of the testimony included providing parity for affordable home builders who feel they are at a competitive disadvantage with market rate homes since the implementation of the temporary SDC exemption program last year, the value of the SDC exemption in comparison to a home builder's profit margin, and finally, expanding the potential pool of eligible home buyers by removing income requirements while retaining other program requirements. And that concludes the committee staff summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Councilor Avalos, this came out of your committee. Committee chair remarks.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, this ordinance came before the committee on June 16th and was referred with a recommendation that it passed, although we did have some ample discussion. This ordinance amends the Affordable Housing SDC exemption program to temporarily remove the income requirement for the initial home buyer for certain home ownership units. This is a targeted change. It only applies to homes that received a building permit before January 1st, 2026 and are sold before September 30th, 2028. Other program requirements, including owner occupancy, remain in place. The issue discussed in committee was that some affordable home builders had already opted into the existing Affordable Housing SDC exemption program before the city adopted the broader temporary SDC exemption program. As a result, those builders were facing income restrictions that newer market rate homes using the temporary exemption do not have. And so, my office worked diligently with local builders, including Justin Fish at Fish Construction, who first raised the issue to get a solution that takes into consideration our need to build more housing with the need to ensure that these homes are actually affordable. Committee members had a thoughtful discussion about balancing housing production with affordability, including concerns about impacts on lower income home buyers, the need for additional data, and ensuring this remains a targeted temporary solution. Personally, I'll be supporting this ordinance because I believe it addresses a specific unintended consequence created by the interaction of two city programs. Builders who entered this program under one set of rules found themselves at a competitive disadvantage after council adopted the broader temporary SDC exemption. I also appreciate that this is a narrow temporary fix. It preserves important guardrails, including the sale price cap and owner occupancy requirement, and PHB has committed to tracking the impacts of this change over the next 2 years. While I understand the concerns raised by my colleagues, I believe this strikes the right balance between preserving the program's affordability goals and ensuring we don't unintentionally slow housing production for projects already in the pipeline. So the committee voted 3-2 to advance the ordinance to the full council. And with that, I'll return it back to council for discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Colleagues, as I mentioned before, we have 4 folks who have signed up to testify and are all online. We have about 10 minutes left, and I know that there are amendments and some good discussion to be had. So I want to let everyone know it is my intention to continue the first reading of this to our next available date rather than trying to move this to a second reading. So we will have council discussion and conversation around amendments, and probably have to ask Claire to come back up to give us more details when we get back on this. But for now, I'd like to move to testimony, please.
And sorry, I meant to say Justin Wood, not Justin Fish. Got that confused. My bad.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Good clarification.
Okay, we have 4 folks signed up. They are all joining us online. First up, Michael Harrison. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, sorry, that's wrong. Greg Fox.
Welcome.
Hi.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Let me mute this computer. Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. My name is Greg Fox. I'm a realtor with Happy Homes Properties. I specialize in helping entry-level home buyers obtain their dream of home ownership. I'm here today in support of removing the income requirement from the System Development Charge Waiver Program. From what I see daily in the marketplace, buyers who are at or below the median family income now have more choices than they have had in years. In North Portland alone, there is roughly an 8-month supply of newly built 2-bedroom units. The challenge is that buyers can purchase similar homes without income restrictions, paperwork, income verification, nor application fees. It is difficult to recommend a home with additional requirements when a buyer can simply go down the street and purchase one that is unencumbered. Most middle housing is built by small local builders. They don't have the resources to carry unsold inventory indefinitely. Every home that sits on the market represents capital tied up and another home that isn't being built. Removing unnecessary barriers will help these homes sell more quickly and allow builders to keep producing the affordable housing Portland needs. This program has always worked because of a strong partnership between the City of Portland, local builders, and realtors. Each has played an important role in expanding homeownership opportunities. I respectfully ask the council to continue that partnership by approving this amendment. It will make the program more effective, help more homes reach the market, and ultimately create more housing for Portland families. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Ben Hemson.
Hello, Council President Dunphy and members of the council. My name is Ben Hemson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Home Building Association of Greater Portland. Our members work on housing production across 6 counties and 40 cities. In Portland, their work is largely focused on small-scale, single-family and multifamily infill development. We urge you to support this temporary removal of income limits. It's really an important shift that will help a small subset of housing producers to move their product into private ownership and occupancy more quickly and on par with the approximately 900 homes currently sitting on the housing market in Portland at or below $400,000. As you've heard from staff, approximately 200 current and future homes would benefit from this change. However, a number of requirements would remain in place. The homes would continue to be subject to a price cap of $455,000. And I think most importantly, they'd need to be occupied by the home buyer. These homes could not become part of the rental or short-term or vacation rental stock in Portland. During the committee discussion, I thought Councilor Green made a really important point. Reducing barriers to these homes being sold means the builders can move on to produce more housing. This is exactly the goal we should be pursuing right now through 2028 when the current SDC waiver program expires. Building a new home at or below $450,000 is really hard. The profit margin can easily be eclipsed by an SDC charge. The choice you as counselors have made to temporarily waive SDCs for 3 years is transformative for new home development, but only if the builders best equipped to construct those homes at an attainable price are able to move homes off their books and move on to the next project. The folks that built these homes are typically longtime participants in Portland's various affordable housing programs, and keeping them around and operating provides one other additional benefit. When the current SDC waiver program expires in 2028, we'll need them open and operating so they can participate in future affordable housing programs and whatever comes next after that program concludes. This change really does help ensure that they'll be here and building when that time comes. As always, we really appreciate your partnership, especially when it comes to spurring home building and home ownership in Portland. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Jeff Fish.
Good afternoon, members of the Portland City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the income limits on System Development Charge Waiver Program in the City of Portland. My name is Jeff Fish, and I'm one of the owners of Fish Construction Northwest, along with Justin Wood. You previously heard testimony from Justin, who's unable to join us today, so I'd like to offer a few comments on behalf of our company. I've been building homes in the City of Portland for more than 50 years, and my primary focus has always been on first-time home buyers and middle-income families. As the cost of housing increased over the years, programs like the System Development Charge Waiver and the Limited Tax Exemption Program become essential tools that allow us to provide much-needed affordable home ownership opportunities. Our company's always taken pride in serving families at or below the median family income. We believe providing attainable housing is not only good business, it's a civic responsibility. For many years, the City of Portland's been a strong partner to the small number of builders who use these programs to make home ownership possible. Last fall, when the City Council chose to temporarily waive SDCs to encourage housing construction, it left an unintended consequence that has disproportionately affected the builders who have long participated in the affordable housing programs. I know this was never the council's intent, but it's a real very challengeable experience that we have today. While this issue may affect only a few hundred homes citywide, its impact on the handful of affordable home builders who are applying on these programs has been significant. Buyers now have many more homes available within their price range that do not require the income verification, the qualification paperwork, or processing fees. As a result, even income qualified buyers are choosing homes outside the SDC waiver program simply because the purchase process is easier. Those of building homes under the programs operate on a very modest profit margin. In many cases, the SDC waiver represents the difference between breaking even and losing money. If we cannot sell these homes to qualified buyers, we're forced to sell them at a loss. For years, we've partnered with the City of Portland to help achieve its affordable housing goals. Today are simply asking the city to continue that partnership by supporting this temporary ordinance so we can keep building the homes that Portland families need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Douglas McLeod.
Thanks. Douglas McLeod. I've been a realtor for 25 years. I've worked with about 10 different builders over the years, including that guy who just spoke. Hi, Jeff. Sold probably 200 new construction homes. As of 8 years ago, I started developing myself. I've sold 39 homes, so 5 homes a year. I'm a small developer. I only do affordable or let's say moderately priced homes, starter homes. And I was the HBA rep to the residential infill project, which I think was great code. Anyhow, I just want to talk really quickly about the market. I'm under the impression that some council people or maybe their staff think that the market is pretty good for new construction. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just want to say this. It's a horrific market. It's as bad as it's been since the Great Recession. I've been doing this 25 years, only new construction, mostly starter pricing. It is as bad as it's ever been. Prices are declining. sales are really slow. And one thing that's really tricky and hard to get your head around, unless you're really intimate with it, is that there's a huge hidden inventory of completed, permitted, final permit C of O homes that are not on the market. In the past, if you built a house, 5 years ago before RIP, you put it on the market. You built a house over here, you put it on the market. Now, in those same lots, you might be putting on 5, 6, 7, 8 homes. And in a slow market, you don't put them all on at once. You put on 1 or 2. One goes pending, you put on another one. So a lot of projects, when I look around, I see, 1 got sold, 1 is pending, 1's on the market, 2 are on the market. There's 5 other homes that are in the project, not on the market. The market is terrible. Some of my best builder friends are moving away from doing starter home priced homes, which is kind of heartbreaking because the market's really difficult. So the point of all that is anything you can do to help a few builders move, get their home sold, and recirculate their money to build some more starter homes, I think is good for the builder, good for the buyer, good for the city. So really quick, just to contextualize what's on the table, I think the SDC program made sense. I think it's super helpful. I'm not sure I would have applied it to $800,000 homes. That's another question, water over the dam. But for the starter home pricing, it's incredibly significant. What is on the table today is not some new policy direction. It's just correcting an oversight. There's probably 200 homes that it applied to, which in the end means maybe 100 would take advantage of this program if it passes. But there are some of us building the exact same thing as the guy across the street, and we have our arms tied behind our back because of a little oversight, and I hope the council can correct it. That's all.
Thank you very much.
That completes testimony.
Okay, colleagues, as promised, it is now 1:31. I am going to continue this item to the afternoon meeting of Thursday, July 23rd for a continued first reading of this non-emergency ordinance. That concludes our agenda for the day, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.